takes all. It's the thrill of one more kill, the last one to fall. Who never sacrifice their will. Don't ever look back on the world closing in. Be on the attack with your wings on the wind. All the things will begin. And it's sweet, sweet, sweet victory. Yeah. And it's ours for the taking. It's ours for the fight. And it's sweet, sweet, sweet victory. Yeah. And the one is last to fall. The winner takes all. You don't win no silver. Ooh, you only lose the gold. You push with a fever. For your time keeps going on. Against all the odds, against all your pain, your back's on the wall with no one to blame. All hearts won't be tamed. And it's sweet, 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 sweet victory. Oh, yeah. It's ours for the taking. It's ours for the fight. And it's sweet, sweet, sweet victory. And the one who's last to fall. Oh, the winner takes all. Take it!
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is a beautiful, beautiful Saturday night. As you can see here, we got a very patriotic Joe Biden on full display. The triumphant, victorious Joe Biden won the election. I called it. I said that Joe Biden was going to win. And yeah, he did it. I was right about that. I did couch my statements, saying he had a 95% probability to win, but come on. Reality is, he took it. And I was saying on the last election stream that, Biden still has a chance of winning. I was told, nah, John, you're wrong. He doesn't have any chance. And then, look at that. All the mail-in ballots came pouring in, just like the media said it would. And the election flipped. Like, all I could say is that, finally. Yes. Finally. And I see some people in chat. Yeah, I am acting a bit smug. I understand. Like, I don't want to just be like, bashing and unnecessarily like trouncing on Trump. Well, actually, no, I do. Let's not kid ourselves here. I absolutely do think that Trump supporters should not like be given a hug or whatever. Like, yeah, am I gonna dunk on like the amount of coping that's going on and the people going about saying this is all election fraud? Yeah, I will. I mean, it's basically a case of where this election played out exactly as the media predicted it would, and we got the guy who was leading all the polls won the election. What more do I have to say? There's all these claims about the election being fraudulent or whatever. They're all conspiracy theory bullshit. The arguments don't make any sense. They've been arguing that, oh my gosh, Sharpies are being used and handed out to Trump supporters specifically to invalidate ballots. There is no way that that's a credible theory at all. Also, I think Biden's going to make a statement. We're going to tune into that because it's newsworthy. Oh, actually, yeah, we're going to tune into that right now. All right, let's hang on. All right, let's see. Okay, we're still waiting. We'll just leave this on screen then. As we wait, let's see. I'm going to read a little bit more from the chat. COPE equals combat opposing parasite ethnicities? That's COPE. Sure, buddy. I don't know how to respond to that. Like, legit. You do you. But I'm just going to laugh at salty Trump supporters, play some memes, and also tune into the speech that Biden's going to give. Because he is now the president-elect. Number 46. It's a good change of pace. Like, Trump was an incompetent, weak buffoon and a criminal. And I'm hoping that he gets charged after he leaves office. And I'm going to be happy about it. Because honestly, when it came to the first time around 2016, I became really skeptical halfway through the election after like he won the nomination. And during that time, I was like, I don't know if Trump's going to be a good guy. I had this like gut feeling. But I was like, but Hillary's so bad. It's going to be good for the good of the nation. I was like, yeah, Hillary, I don't like her. In fact, I don't even regret voting against Hillary at the time. I don't. Because based on all the available information, based on how much of a horrible candidate Hillary was, we need a change. And Trump seemed like a good ticket. I had no idea that he would just turn out to be like so incompetent, so corrupt. Although their signs were there. If I look closer into it, during 2015, during Republican primary, I would have probably supported a different Republican candidate. Probably Ted Cruz, but who knows. What's done is done. The fact of the matter is, after I saw 4 years of this stuff, and with like all the way into 2020, I was like, yeah, okay, Trump's still better than the Democratic left. But after a while, when it comes down to it, when the chips are down, Trump's pushing all kinds of ridiculous crap, and we're just supposed to accept it. It's ridiculous to me. Like, why are we going to go ahead and pretend that Trump is like this savior of the West and not vote him out of office when he does all this stupid bullshit? Whether it be Lafayette Square, whether it be the obstruction of justice when it came to firing the FBI director, whether it's his campaign being involved with like the Russian collusion shit, which Trump personally wasn't indicted for that, but several campaign staffers around him were involved. And we don't actually have the full Mueller report to this day. On top of that, you had the Stormy Daniels controversy, in which his campaign, like his lawyer, he committed campaign fraud and was sentenced to jail as a co-conspirator. The other co-conspirator, President Trump. He's not in jail for that. And on top of that as well, there was did I already mention the Ukraine scandal there at this point? And then, of course, there's the fact that he just used the government money to funnel it into his own company while he was doing his presidential shenanigans. It's so dumb that people would get behind this guy. To the point where it's almost like, I'm almost willing to say, as like a hot take, that if Biden did steal the election, good. Like, honestly, why would you want that guy left in office? The guy should have been removed from office based on impeachment proceedings. But because impeachment's a partisan affair, it's not an actual trial, he was able to get away with it. So yeah, him getting voted out of office, that's a good starting price for the Republican Party to pay for their bullshit they've been doing the past 4 years. And honestly, I hope it's a wake-up call to remaining Republicans in office to stop going in this really weird direction that they've been spinning off to with that is just really dumb. I see there's a bunch of coping in chat though, or a little bit of coping, not that much to be fair here. Like there's this one guy called Miss Sad Song, OMFG. He's not elected. The media declaring it doesn't make it so. The media declaring it doesn't make it so. That part is true. What makes it so is all the results coming in showing that Biden has won those states that he did so win, and that Trump has no path to victory in those states. That's what makes a Biden president-elect. Come on, I'm so sick of men acting like ignorant bitches. What? Expect court... I don't know what... Court Monday SCOTUS is deciding it. That's not how our democracy works. Like, the Supreme Court doesn't decide who gets to be president. What are you talking about? All right. We're going to have some fun tonight. This is going to be mostly a victory lap stream. Verilo is coming after me. I'm not going to comment on that. Verilo's off doing his own thing. He's pretty much gone from blood sports forever. And more respect and power to him. I hope he's successful wherever he is. See, Stardog says, looks like I could sell a lot of copium tonight. Any buyers in chat? Ramis says, I'm coming after you, John. Get in line. Tapper7 says, Associated Press calling it doesn't make it so, but it makes it inevitably true, barring something really extreme. I would agree with that in general. Cornfield says, no, the democracy works by voter fraud. Good take, John. There's no voter fraud. There's no evidence of that. Like, seriously. But John Michael Kino, Americans like Biden, hang on. We might be getting a speech soon. Kamala's on stage. We got some Biden supporter waving some glow sticks around. Let's see. Inter Archive says, I'm clipping this, by the way, no more than 15 minutes, promise. I don't know, Inter Archives. I mean, you had been, like, pretty on my ass, like, the past few months, but I don't know, DM me about it. Maybe I'll, like, let's see. All right, so Kamala's speaking. Let's hear it.
Good evening.
All right, we're going to listen to this.
Good evening. Good evening. Thank you. Thank you. Good evening. So, thank you. Good evening. So, Congressman John Lewis, before his passing, wrote, democracy is not a state, it is an act. And what he meant was that America's democracy is not guaranteed. It is only as strong as our willingness to fight for it. To guard it and never take it for granted. And protecting our democracy takes struggle, it takes sacrifice, but there is joy in it, and there is progress, because we, the people, have the power to build a better future. And when our very democracy was on the ballot in this election, with the very soul of America at stake, and the world watching, you ushered in a new day for America. To our campaign staff and volunteers, this extraordinary team, thank you for bringing more people than ever before into the democratic process. And for making this victory possible. To the poll workers and election officials across our country who have worked tirelessly to make sure every vote is counted, our nation owes you a debt of gratitude. You have protected the integrity of our democracy. And to the American people who make up our beautiful country, thank you for turning out in record numbers to make your voices heard. And I know times have been challenging, especially the last several months. The grief, sorrow, and pain, the worries and the struggles. But we have also witnessed your courage, your resilience, and the generosity of your spirit. For 4 years, you marched and organized for equality and justice, for our lives and for our planet. And then you voted. And you delivered a clear message. You chose hope and unity, decency, science, and yes, truth. You chose Joe Biden as the next president of the United States of America. And Joe is a healer, a uniter, a tested and steady hand, a person whose own experience of loss gives him a sense of purpose that will help us as a nation reclaim our own sense of purpose. And a man with a big heart who loves with abandon. It's his love for Jill, who will be an incredible First Lady. It's his love for Hunter and Ashley and his grandchildren and the entire Biden family. And while I first knew Joe as vice president, I really got to know him as the father who loved Beau. My dear friend.
All right, I
who
see
we
some people in
remember
chat
here
saying they
today.
don't want to listen to the speech. There is a lot, like,
And to my husband,
in all
Doug,
honesty, let me just mute this for a second. In all honesty, a bunch of this is lofty stuff. I was hoping to hear Biden speak, not Harris speak. And it's like, there's kind of some more important issues going on. So if we want to like tune this out, that's fine. Chat can win this time. Although I do see a furry in chat saying, race traitors get the rope, read Siege. You realize that if the white nationalists win, you're the first in the chopping block for being a degenerate furry? Like, you realize that, right? I'm just saying, I don't understand what respect you're ever gonna get from anyone. Like, you're not gonna get respect from me. I don't like furries at all. So I don't know why you're even showing your face here. Like, you could like dunk on people. It's really weird. All right, give opinion on Harris. I think she'll make a fine vice president. I don't think she's like, you know, that big a deal. Like, honestly, I think that the main mediator here would be Joe Biden. Would be the better person there. And at the end of the day, when you get down to it, the cornfield says he's going to stand for furries. Okay. The thing is, when it get down to it, people are concerned that Harris has a very big liberal track record and stuff like that. I'm going to tune into, but the thing is, I'm not too concerned about it. The main thing is getting rid of Trump right now, and also having a president in charge who can actually handle the problems that befall him, which Trump cannot do, whether you fall on the right or the left. It does not matter. Trump is just simply incompetent. Even if you don't agree with everything Biden has to say, he will competently run the nation. Trump had not for 4 years. So yeah. Let's tune back into this, see if there's more to hear.
Secure and protect the right to vote for over a century, 100 years ago with the 19th Amendment, 55 years ago with the Voting Rights Act, and now in 2020 with a new generation of women in our country who cast their ballots and continued the fight for their fundamental right to vote and be heard.
Quick comment on that. The right to vote is very important.
Tonight I reflect on their struggle, their determination, and the strength of their vision to see what can be unburdened by what has been. And I stand on their shoulders. And what a testament it is to Joe's character that he had the audacity to break one of the most substantial barriers that exists in our country and select a woman as his vice president.
I'm like, okay, I got comments on that one.
But while I may be the first woman in this office, I will not be the last. Because every little girl watching tonight sees that this is a country of possibilities. And to the children of our country, regardless of your gender, our country has sent you a clear message. Dream with ambition, lead with conviction, and see yourselves in a way that others may not, simply because they've never seen it before. But know that we will applaud you every step of the way. And to the American people, no matter who you voted for, I will strive to be a vice president like Joe was to President Obama, loyal, honest, and prepared, waking up every day thinking of you and your family. Because now is when the real work begins, the hard work, the necessary work, the good work, the essential work to save lives and beat this epidemic, to rebuild our economy so it works for working people, to root out systemic racism in our justice system and society, to combat the climate crisis, to unite our country and heal the soul of our nation. And the road ahead will not be easy, but America is ready, and so are Joe and I. We have elected a president who represents the best in us, a leader the world will respect and our children will look up to, a commander-in-chief who will respect our troops and keep our country safe, and a president for all Americans. And it is now my great honor to introduce
Here we go.
the President-elect of the United States of America, Joe Biden.
My fellow Americans, and the people who brought me to the dance, Delawareans. I see my buddy Senator Tom Carper down there, and I think Senator Coons is there, and I think the governor's around. Is that Ruth Ann? And that former Governor Ruth Ann Minner. Most importantly, my sisters-in-law, my sister Valerie. Anyway. Folks, the people of this nation have spoken. They've delivered us a clear victory. a convincing victory, a victory for we the people. We've won with the most votes ever cast on a presidential ticket in the history of the nation. 74 million. What I must admit has surprised me. Tonight, we're seeing all over this nation, all cities and all parts of the country, indeed across the world, an outpouring of joy, of hope, renewed faith in tomorrow, bring a better day. And I'm humbled by the trust and confidence you've placed in me. I pledge to be a president who seeks not to divide, but unify, who doesn't see red states and blue states, only sees the United States. And work with all my heart, with the confidence of the whole people, to win the confidence of all of you. And for that is what America, I believe, is about. It's about people. And that's what our administration will be all about. I sought this office to restore the soul of America, to rebuild the backbone of this nation, the middle class, and to make America respected around the world again, and to unite us here at home. It's the honor of my lifetime that so many millions of Americans have voted for that vision. And now, the work of making that vision is real. It's a task, the task of our time. Folks, as I said many times before, I'm Jill's husband. And I would not be here without her love and tireless support of Jill and my son Hunter and Ashley, my daughter, and all our grandchildren and their spouses and all our family. They're my heart. Jill's a mom, a military mom, an educator. She has dedicated her life to education. But teaching isn't just what she does, it's who she is. For American educators, this is a great day for y'all. You're going to have one of your own in the White House. And Jill's going to make a great first lady. I'm so proud of her. And I'll have the honor of serving with the fantastic vice president who you just heard from, Kamala Harris, who makes history as the first woman, first black woman, the first woman from South Asian descent, the first daughter of an immigrant ever elected in this country. Don't tell me it's not possible in the United States. It's long overdue. And we're reminded tonight of those who fought so hard for so many years to make this happen. But once again, America's bent the arc of the moral universe more toward justice. Kamala, Doug, like it or not, your family, you become an honorary Biden, there's no way out. All those of you who volunteered and worked the polls in the middle of this pandemic, local elected officials, you deserve a special thanks from the entire nation. And to my campaign team and all the volunteers and all who gave so much of themselves to make this moment possible, I owe you. I owe you. I owe you everything. And to all those who supported us, I'm proud of the campaign we built and ran. I'm proud of the coalition we put together, the broadest and most diverse coalition in history. Democrats, Republicans, independents, progressives, moderates, conservatives, young, old, urban, suburban, rural, gay, straight, transgender, white, Latino, Asian, Native American. I mean it, especially those moments, and especially for those moments when this campaign was at its lowest ebb. The African American community stood up again for me. You've always had my back, and I'll have yours. I said at the outset, I wanted to represent this campaign to represent and look like America. We've done that. Now that's what I want the administration to look like and act like. For all those of you who voted for President Trump, I understand the disappointment tonight. I've lost a couple times myself. But now, let's give each other a chance. It's time to put away the harsh rhetoric, lower the temperature, see each other again, listen to each other again. And to make progress, we have to stop treating our opponents as our enemies. They are not our enemies. They are Americans. They are Americans. The Bible tells us to everything there is a season, a time to build, a time to reap and a time to sow, and a time to heal. This is the time to heal in America. Now this campaign is over. What is the will of the people? What is our mandate? I believe it's this. Americans have called upon us to marshal the forces of decency, the forces of fairness, to marshal the forces of science and the forces of hope in the great battles of our time. The battle to control the virus, the battle to build prosperity, the battle to secure your family's health care, the battle to achieve racial justice and root out systemic racism in this country. And the battle to save our planet by getting climate under control. The battle to restore decency, defend democracy, and give everybody in this country a fair shot. That's all they're asking for, a fair shot. Folks, our work begins with getting COVID under control. We cannot repair the economy, restore our vitality, or relish life's most precious moments, hugging our grandchildren, our children, our birthdays, weddings, graduations, all the moments that matter most to us until we get it under control. On Monday, I will name a group of leading scientists and experts as transition advisors to help take the Biden-Harris COVID plan and convert it into an action blueprint that will start on January the 20th, 2021. That plan will be built on bedrock science. It will be constructed out of compassion, empathy, and concern. I will spare no effort, none, or any commitment to turn around this pandemic. Folks, I'm a proud Democrat, but I will govern as an American president. I'll work as hard for those who didn't vote for me as those who did. Let this grim era of demonization in America begin to end here and now. The refusal of Democrats and Republicans to cooperate with one another, it's not some mysterious force beyond our control. It's a decision, a choice we make. And if we can decide not to cooperate, then we can decide to cooperate. And I believe that this is part of the mandate given to us from the American people. They want us to cooperate in their interest. And that's the choice I'll make. And I'll call on Congress, Democrats and Republicans alike, to make that choice with me. The American story is about slow yet steadily widening the opportunities in America. And make no mistake, too many dreams have been deferred for too long. We must make the promise of the country real for everybody, no matter their race, their ethnicity, their faith, their identity, or their disability. Folks, America has always been shaped by inflection points, by moments in time where we've made hard decisions about who we are and what we want to be. Lincoln in 1860 coming to save the Union. FDR in 1932, promising a beleaguered country a new deal. JFK in 1960, pledging a new frontier. And 12 years ago, when Barack Obama made history, he told us, yes, we can. Well, folks, we stand at an inflection point. We have an opportunity to defeat despair, to build a nation of prosperity and purpose. We can do it. I know we can. I've long talked about the battle for the soul of America. We must restore the soul of America. Our nation is shaped by the constant battle between our better angels and our darkest impulses. And what presidents say in this battle matters. It's time for our better angels to prevail. Tonight, the whole world is watching America. And I believe at our best, America is a beacon for the globe. We will lead not only by the example of our power, but by the power of our example. I've always believed, many of you heard me say it, I've always believed we can define America in one word: possibilities. That in America, everyone should be given an opportunity to go as far as their dreams and God-given ability will take them. You see, I believe in the possibilities of this country. We're always looking ahead to an America that's freer and more just, ahead to an America that creates jobs with dignity and respect, ahead of America that cures diseases like cancer and Alzheimer's, ahead to an America that never leaves anyone behind, ahead of America that never gives up, never gives in. This is a great nation. It's always been a bad bet to bet against America. We're good people. This is the United States of America. And there's never been anything we've been not able to do when we've done it together. Folks, in the last days of the campaign, I began thinking about a hymn that means a lot to me and my family, particularly my deceased son, Bo. It captures the faith that sustains me, which I believe sustains America. And I hope it can provide some comfort and solace to 230,000 Americans who've lost a loved one to this terrible virus this year. My heart goes out to each and every one of you. Hopefully this hymn gives you solace as well. It goes like this: and he will raise you up on eagle's wings, bear you on the breath of dawn, and make you to shine like the sun, and hold you in the palm of his hand. And now together, on eagle's wings, we embark on the work that God and history have called upon us to do. With full hearts and steady hands, with faith in America and in each other, with love of country, a thirst for justice, let us be the nation that we know we can be. A nation united, a nation strengthened, a nation healed. The United States of America, ladies and gentlemen, there's never been anything we've tried we've not been able to do. So remember, as our grandpapa used to say when I walked out of his home when I was a kid up in Scranton, he said, "Joey, keep the faith." And our grandmother, when she was alive, she yelled, "No, Joey, spread it. Spread the faith. God love you all. May God bless America, and may God protect our troops." Thank you, thank you, thank you.
All right. That was Joe Biden giving a great speech. Fantastic. Beautiful. Man. I think it was a good speech overall. One thing I really like about Biden is that he really does try to reach across the aisle and really does try to go ahead and confirm, not confirm, but rather he does try to reassure conservatives and Republicans that he'll represent all Americans. That kind of outreach is important and critical and something Trump never understood and what has been a big problem with his presidency. All right, so people want me to take in callers now? Why not? We'll take in some callers. All right. Let's let me think first. Who do we get first? All right, let's just go to a different screen for a second. There we go. And we're gonna like close this window here. And let me see. All right. I'm gonna bring DJ Axel in because the chat demanded it. I'm gonna give the people what they want, and I'm not gonna let him on for too long because I know Jack Williams has been waiting patiently, and he was actually there first. So I'm gonna give him about 2 minutes, and then we'll probably just move on to the next caller. Hey DJ, what's up?
Hello.
Hi. I heard you're a furry now?
I'm so happy we won. I'm riding with Biden, baby.
You don't even live in America. What are you talking about?
Well, it's about the fate of the world, John.
No, it isn't.
The fate of the world, it was hanging in the balance.
That's retarded.
But we won.
Okay. You got anything else to say?
John, I just want to apologize, John.
You want to apologize?
I've been very mean.
I don't believe your
I've
apology
treated
sincere.
you cruelly. It is sincere.
Well, if it's really sincere, what the
changed
fuck?
my ways.
Nah, I don't believe this. This is an act. This is a bit. It's a bad LARP.
What is it? Look at my profile picture.
Yeah,
John.
you're pretending to be a furry. I get it. Haha, me.
I am a furry.
Okay.
And I'm gay.
You're a gay furry. This is
And
what
I
happens.
have one thing I want to say to you, John.
Yeah, go ahead.
I've seen a picture of you, and I kind of find you cute.
All right. You got any other hot takes?
Not hotter than you, John.
All right.
I love you.
All right.
I love
See you later.
John.
Okay, DJ Axel, everyone. Next caller in, Jack Williams. I know he's been waiting patiently. He has some things to say. Gonna have him on. By the way, if you're in the server and you agree to the rules, you can join the stream by joining the pub VC chat. Just join in there and I'll pull you in eventually. So next caller up is Jack Williams. I'm gonna pull him in right now. Hello, Jack Williams. You're on the air.
Oh, okay. Sorry. It took me a little bit because it was loading out for some goddamn reason. What the fuck was that guy was even thinking?
I don't know. He's like, I think he's on drugs or something. I don't know what's going on in his head. Like, if he thinks he's trolling or something, he needs to be funny. That's the part he doesn't get.
What the fuck? Okay, he's not being funny, not being genuine, and that's what kind of.
Yeah,
It's
I
just
don't need some
across.
gay guy to tell me I'm handsome. I already know I look good.
That just comes across as unfunny and just unintelligible.
Yeah.
But I'm not gonna delay the effort as. So, I watched a portion of the stream you were watching, the Biden's presidency.
Mhm.
I don't know. It just feels off, and something it definitely feels wrong. I can't tell you exactly why, but there was a voting fraud going on. That's why it takes so long to have a ballot. To how do I put this? There's a investigation is going, as I said.
An
I don't know
investigation?
how. Investigation is going on. Yes, there's voting fraud.
Well, Jack, the voting fraud stuff is basically a big lie.
I don't know. It just feels all off about that, and I'm not trying to be lying.
Well,
About
why
that.
why does it feel off to you exactly? I'm confused.
I don't know. The way he was talking, the way he behaved at Biden. I don't know. It feels off. It just feels wrong.
It feels
So-
well. I mean, sure, but like, I mean, feelings aren't like facts. They don't even show anything. So, like, can you give me a little bit more context as to why you feel that way? Like, is it because of the delay in the election or something?
It partially does, but however, the way he was speaking about the, did he mention anything about immigration?
Hmm?
Did he?
Biden? I don't think he did. He may have.
Huh. Perhaps I might be missing something here, actually, but I just don't know how to make an expression of this. The way the fact that he says American dream, that I don't know. Maybe I don't understand everything of what Biden say, even though I don't generally get involved into American politics because I have no right to say about that. But
No. Let's. I just want to make something clear. I don't like you're from you don't mind if I tell people what country you come from?
I like to keep things anonymous.
Sure. Okay, but I know you're from Europe. But
Yes,
I don't
not
have
just
an
a part of
issue
Europe.
with here's the thing. I don't have an issue with Europeans giving their opinions on American politics because what happens with America does affect the rest of the world. So there is validation in them voicing support for this candidate or that candidate in elections. However, what I don't like is when we have these smarmy limeys or these smarmy Eurotrash people that are like, oh, our way of life is so much better than anyone else's, and they tip their their vodka or whatever, and they drink or not. Well, I guess if they're Russian, and then they act like all smug and superior. That I don't like. But you can have an opinion on other people's elections. It's fine.
Oh yes. So what my country is saying here is that they don't necessarily like Biden at all,
Mhm.
simply because of the fact. Well, not the fact. It's simply because the way they have seen what Biden was talking is just not genuine. It's just not genuine at all.
I mean, he is firstly, politicians have to appeal to the crowd, so of course there's going to be some theatrics involved. But I listened to Biden's speech, it came across as genuine to me. I mean, Kamala Harris's came off as less genuine. It didn't really resonate with me. I know a lot of the chat was not really happy with Kamala in particular.
Man, Kamala Harris is a bitch. She got drove off from her home state, Texas. Not bullshitting.
Well, wait. That's not being it's not being do you realize that was they tried to literally run her off the road, right?
I can actually realize that. Unless it's a joke.
Yeah, no, it's not a joke. Political violence isn't funny. It's not cool. I don't care who's doing it. I don't care if you're of the right or the left. If you're into political violence, get fucked. That's not tolerable.
Not. Oh yeah, no. I'm not trying to say that I'm not in support of political violence. Not at all. Unless there's a absolute reason to justify it. But for this,
for that would require something here's the thing. I think that Trump is excessively authoritarian, but he's not to the point where he's a tyrannical dictator. So, it would have to be a lot more circumstances have to be a lot more extreme for me to say, yeah, political violence good. For example, in the American Revolution, King George did act like a tyrant. But right now in the modern day, no, there's no justification for it. It's just going to cause more problems, and it's going to lead to worse conditions.
I mean, yeah, I can kind of agree where you're coming from because maybe he does act a little bit dictatorial, but he's not overly excessive. He's not that overly excessive tyrannical.
No.
At all.
You mean Trump?
Yeah.
No. He is overly excessive. See, Lafayette Square is this big example of him using excessive force on the public to suppress their rights.
It's rather interesting. I don't think I knew about that.
Yeah, it's because a lot of right-wing media doesn't talk about it because it makes Trump look bad.
As if that wasn't bad enough. Now look, I'm in no support. I'm no hater or supporter of Trump at all. I want to make that fucking clear. Anyone who says anybody who automatically says I'm a Trump supporter is a goddamn idiot.
You don't have to overly explain yourself. It's okay. We get it.
Yes, but for Biden, no, not at all. I'm not in favor of Biden.
Well, I don't see why you wouldn't be in favor. Okay, maybe it's because you don't live in America. Maybe you don't follow American politics all that much. Maybe just
Actually, I do follow American politics, but I try to avoid. But I try to avoid mentioning any particular names unless there's an election going on, which there's a particular reason why I came in here. So
gotcha.
There may be some certain instances that the way he talked, the way he exhibited this kind of behavior. Maybe there are some parts that has not been mentioned here, like I said, the immigration, but an unrealistic view of letting a lot of people, whether it be Europe, Asia, or whatever, coming into America, that will be around 10 million immigrants coming to America, trying to get the visa to have that visa acquired, and to illegally come into America. So this to me, I've been watching the frustrated Indian content I've been watching that contest since coronavirus blew up all over the
Mhm.
place, and I've noticed something. And through their lenses, they realize that Biden is never going to win, and even if it's even if the voting ballot is genuine. Because to me, let's look at this way.
But Biden already won. Like, I'm not sure what you mean
Not
by
yet.
that. No, he
Not
won.
yet, technically.
No, I mean, Trump's trying to challenge the validity of the vote, but it's not going to work is the thing. Like, Biden won, period. There's no changing that.
I think you might be gravely mistaken. I disagree with some of the points of that. I'm trying to be civil here.
No, you're good.
So there are things that it has to be looked into. You have to take into account where the votings are coming from. If the voting is done illegally, then that investigation may actually come into play. You just can't tell me that it's never going to happen. It doesn't change anything. Sometimes.
Look, here's the thing. There was a study done in 2017 by I forget the group. Actually, let me pull this up on screen because I have it actually open in one of my tabs because I was prepared for this.
It's actually good. So because
Yeah.
I want to have a look
Now,
at it.
there's one thing I don't like about this article. It's framed as a fact check. I hate when articles frame things as a fact check because it's like you get this pencil pushing door. It comes across like this pencil pushing door going, actually, your political take is wrong because the facts don't show this thing. Yeah. So it's like it's very condescending to the reader. And if you disagree with the opinion being presented, you're just going to push back immediately. So I really don't like the way it's presented. However, fact checking
God.
fact checking like claims and stuff like that is very important. And I'll give you a link to this so you can read it for yourself.
Please do. But
right.
another point that I should say, and I just recognized this face. It's from Tim Pool, yeah?
Well, Tim
And this guy-
Tim Pool isn't a reliable source. What Tim Pool does is he pretends to be alternative media and he pretends to be a journalist, but in reality, all he does is he takes news articles, and it's fine to like provide commentary for it. But what he does as part of his grift is he takes news articles and misconstrues what the articles mean to push an agenda. Like, for example, when those crazy motherfuckers who were trying to kidnap the governor of I believe it was Wisconsin or Michigan. I keep on mixing those two states up.
oh goddamn!
Yeah, I believe it was the governor of Michigan. When they did a plot to kidnap her. One of the this was clearly a right wing militia group that was involved with this. There's just no doubt about it. Huh?
Malicious?
Militia. Basically that they were an organized cell that would group together to plot terrorist acts and execute them. Tim Pool was like, oh, well, one of those guys in one Facebook post has an anarchist flag. Therefore, this is really an Antifa group. That's just bullshit. That doesn't, because him being an anarchist at one point in time doesn't reflect his political views now or the political views of the overall group. It's just fake news. So you shouldn't really use Tim Pool as your source for anything.
Now, if I may interrupt for a second there, the Keith Richardson saying here in the screen chat, I'm looking at it. Outside of Tim Pool, most alt-tech YouTubers haven't accepted Biden. Well, a lot of people have not accepted Biden at all. Simply, they just don't.
Wait. Did Tim Pool accept Biden? Because I think he was like waffling on that. Because if he did, I'd actually have to give him. I'd have to give him a modicum of credit for that.
Keith Richardson, I'm going to say this again. Outside of Tim Pool, most alt-tech YouTubers haven't accepted Biden.
Hang on, let me look.
You'll see it in a second.
Yeah, that's what he's saying. If I have seen Tim Pool making statements where he's accepting it, and then there's other statements where he's not accepting it. If his current position is that Biden did win the presidency legitimately, good on him for once. That is because people do look up to Tim Pool, and him reporting things accurately for a change is good, especially now because there's so many people who believe without any kind of evidence that, oh my gosh, the Democrats rigged the elections because they're the election riggers are us company that does this stuff. So it really gets frustrating dealing with that.
Yeah, it really does get frustrating. What's even more frustrating for me, Vizorian, is the fact that a lot of Democratic people are just, I hate to say this, but it's undemocratic. Undemocratic. I hate to say this, but it's actually true. From my harsh opinion.
Mm-hmm.
It's real harsh. It's real harsh for anyone to accept that, but my opinion is very harsh, and I could give less of a fuck what anyone else thinks of my harsh opinion. because I don't even trust anything. I don't even trust anything what it say, and even that, if it's I don't think I told you this, but when you were in my previous stream, this is a particular one that I should have told you this, but Infinite Retro does follow Tim Poll for some reason. Shout out to Infinite Retro. He's one of a few friends that I know him for almost 10 years. So he does follow him, but what he doesn't realize, I'm not trying to diss it on Retro for following Tim Pool, but maybe he should reconsider following what Tim Pool is saying, because even with what you're telling me here, he's just, well, let's just put it this way, he's not reliable. You may be right on that.
Yeah.
It really is not reliable. So,
well, here's the thing. The reality is most YouTubers, like almost all of them, are terrible at reporting on politics. They don't know anything they're talking about. And like, for those listening, if you're against like grifters and people just being dishonest with their opinions and just like doing it for the money and stuff like that, like stop relying on like all these alternative kitschy opinions and ideologies, because they're just not true. They're not based in reality. Like it's a case of where people just want to have their own opinion for the sake of being an independent thinker or whatever. Or I'm just thinking for myself, which weirdly that kind of line of thinking came from hippies smoking crack and other drugs and LSD. Like I don't get why like a bunch of right wingers have taken that, shall we say, pill, when it comes to this sort of thing. It's really weird to me.
It kind of does. Now let's have a look at me. Do I look like I'm a hippie to you? No, I don't even.
I've seen you on camera. I don't know. You got the beard thing. You're rocking that beard on there. You got like the glasses and things, stuff. Like, no offense, man.
So you would think I'm a hippie?
No, not necessarily. I don't think you're a hippie. No, I just say, looking at me, would you think I'm a hippie? Like maybe. I don't know.
So it's kind of weird for me coming from an individual who's from a foreign country. So
gotcha.
That does seem a little bit weird to me, because I don't think the way that these motherfuckers are. What you described it here, they're hippie, crazy ass motherfuckers, that are being dishonest of their opinion.
Dishonest or just ignorant of what reality is.
Both. Should I say? I don't act that way.
Yeah. So here's the thing: like when it comes to election fraud stuff, look for evidence of like widespread voter fraud that could actually flip an election. Because yeah, I'm certain that you can find voter fraud that has occurred in like tiny increments, but 20 people committing voter fraud can't flip an election. Hell, for that matter, 200 people can't flip an election. It's just not possible.
Well, you could say that. You're not wrong on that.
Yeah.
Particularly when you're saying things like that. But however, I just don't. It really does kind of irritate me. It really does kind of irritate me that not many people realizing that there was an election that was rigging. I mean, fuck. I mean, look at the example, right? I might be going off our topic here, but here's a particular thing. I noticed something in Payday 2, and this is one of a particular game.
Wait. Like, we're not here to talk about every topic on this, son. I do have like someone else waiting. So, like, if it's like a tangent, like maybe save it
just
for another stream.
I'm not going off for too long. I'm not going to too long.
All right, I'll let this. But then after this topic, I should probably get the next caller in.
Yeah, in Payday 2, there's a political stuff, rigging an election, should I say, because they have to swing it. Mm-hmm. They have to swing it for a president to be to assist something that Payday gang is doing. But then after that, it's just gonna be there. I don't know how that system works out. I haven't really followed the lore of Payday 2, so I'm just gonna.
Well, wait, I gotta stop, Jack. I gotta stop you here. You're talking about a video game. I'm just saying, like, it's not a good example for a frame of reference for this thing.
Not really, but I'm just saying. But
okay, so how would this like example in a video game play out? And like, how does this like? I'm confused here. Where are you going with this one?
So what would happen here is they would place a specific truck, a unique brand of sort. I don't know how it's called. Don't call anything like that. It's just kind of random. They put the electronic things to track it up a particular truck. Then, if it's a right truck, they'll go to the warehouse where they store the how do you call this, a particular mini computer thing. I don't know how to put this. Like, it's kind of complicated. They would just have to hack it to swing an election where the mayor or would-be president would not be able to vote the way they wanted to, because democracy can get, shall I say, fucked? I don't know, but it's kind of complicated. So after
I mean, I'm sure that it is not impossible for an election to be flipped. I just need to see evidence of that, like something concrete, not speculation and like looking at the drinking a cup of tea and like looking at the tea leaves at the bottom and saying, oh, if you get this piece of evidence, this piece of evidence, this piece of evidence, if you just like use your imagination and you think, would it make sense if the election was rigged? Like, which is what's kind of going on right now. So
yeah. So that's the end of the thing, and I hope I explained possibly as much as I can. So thank you for having me in, Vazorian. I hope to comment again whenever the opportunity allows. So, Vazorian, thank you for letting me in. I was being concise, and I hope that never comes up like that again. And remember, care for what you wish for.
Yeah, I'm fine if I'm fine. Like, I don't think Biden's gonna do worse than Trump. That's the thing. Like, if Biden does a modicum better than Trump, we win. And let's just assume he does worse for whatever reason. It won't matter because Trump already has proven himself to have been terrible. So why would I go ahead and support the guy that might be bad because when there's already a guy that we know is bad? That doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, hey, don't.
But I get your point. So, all right, you have a good night, Jack. I'm gonna sign you off. And I'm gonna bring the next guy in.
Holler.
All right. I'm going to bring in the next caller right now. Hello, you're on the air.
Hello.
Hey, before we get started,
Your stream is behind a few minutes.
yeah, that's fine. Okay, so first question I have, but wait, before we get started, I have to ask this before we continue. How do I pronounce your name?
Yes. That's the whole point of it.
Okay, so basically any way I like?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, Persp. Does that work?
Persp. Okay.
All right.
Sure.
Sweet. All right.
Say
So
perspicuity.
What's your take?
Perspicuity. That's what God wants to call me.
Gotcha.
I wanted to resume our COVID conversation from Boulder Talk.
I don't think we talked directly on a stream or anything like that, but I think we did talk in chat. So if you want to bring up COVID, sure. We can talk about that.
Yes, let's. So you want to forcibly vaccinate everybody like Monday Matt, don't you?
Like probably. I mean, I don't know. That's kind of a complicated. Okay, so I just want to make something clear. That's a little bit complicated of a topic for me because I can actually understand. Like, I am pro-vaccine. Don't get me wrong. I am very much pro-vaccine. I believe vaccines work. They have proven to work and they have shown to work. Here's my issue though with forced vaccinations and why I'm a little bit cautious in implementing them. But why I also think
Let's hear you make all the rules. Why this argument's going to work? Go ahead.
Okay. I'm not trying to make what I don't make all the. I don't know what you're talking about. That's supposed to mean. But
let's do it, JMK. Come on.
All right. My position is that the only valid anti-vaxxer argument that I can think of doesn't have to do with the effectiveness of vaccines or like this or that thing, but the possibility that the federal government or any government would have too much power in injecting the vaccine. So basically you have to entrust that the government has your best interest in heart. And if that's true, then it works. But if there's a possibility of a corrupt bureaucrat or something like that force you to take something that's not good for you, that's a problem now, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. So at that point, that would become an issue. But the flip side to that is that, okay, that might be the case that we're trusting the government to do something like that. However, if we don't do it, lots of people would get sick as a result of that. So when it comes to a COVID vaccine, well, firstly, we don't have one yet. So we just don't know. I can't really give an opinion on something I don't know. But if it was effective, if it worked.
Well, you were talking about the president invoking his emergency powers to forcibly vaccinate everyone. So have you changed your opinion on that since 3 weeks ago?
No, I mean, like I would probably still advocate for that depending on the circumstances because under what constitutional power does the president have the ability to invoke emergency powers? There were two Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but to answer your question, under what emergency powers would the president have to enforce that? Supreme Court decisions have ruled that the government can, in fact, mandate vaccines.
No, they can't.
Yeah.
Under what?
Supreme Court already ruled that.
Quote the Supreme Court article.
Sure, I'd have to look it up.
Mandate.
Yeah.
Because there is no such thing. The federal government has no claim over private health care of any citizen.
Right. You can believe that, but that's not what the Supreme Court ruled, and you have to take up with the judge if you want to argue against it, is what I have to say to that. So constitutionally, do they have the power to do that? Absolutely. Let me find that.
Where in the Constitution are they guaranteed that?
The Supreme Court is the final authority on the Constitution.
The Supreme Court, I'm asking you, where in the Constitution is that? Not the Supreme Court, not a Supreme Court.
Well, you did ask for the case.
I'd have to look up this Jacobson versus Massachusetts.
That is the case, yeah.
But I don't want to kill the stream reading this. So
yeah,
I'm asking you where in the Constitution. Constitution's very short.
I mean, I don't know the specifics of where in the Constitution, but if the Supreme Court rules that, yeah, they can do that, then absolutely they can do it. And you'd have to get a Supreme Court ruling to overturn that one in order for that to change.
Read this. I'm not familiar with this case. Fine.
Yeah.
So you're saying the Supreme Court has endowed the president with these powers?
I'm not saying they endowed the president with the powers. I'm saying that they ruled under the Constitution that they can, in fact, mandate vaccines.
That's an interesting. That's an interesting theory. I would say that there's no constitutionality that that gives the federal government anything. Maybe the state, an individual state, can certainly mandate a vaccine. That's within the state's authority, given the 10th Amendment. But I don't see where you're finding the federal government.
I mean, I'm sure that if it came down to it, I don't see why this ruling would not apply to the federal government either. Granted, I haven't read this in depth, but compulsory and vaccinations are determined to be valid under this. So I don't see why the federal government would
this is the court of Massachusetts. This is the state. This isn't the federal government.
No, even though Jacobson versus Massachusetts was a United States Supreme Court case in which the court
upheld a Supreme Court state, but it's the state. The state has the right to enforce a vaccine, not the federal government.
Okay, so
you're confused.
No, I'm not confused. Firstly, this is a Supreme Court case. That is just a fact.
It is a Supreme Court case, but it's a Supreme Court case saying that the state of Massachusetts has the right to mandate a vaccine. And what
it says the states have the power to do this, so any state can do this.
Any state. The president is not part of any state. States
the federal government. The federal government itself is a state as well. You realize that? That's basic law 101.
No.
Yes, it is.
It's not.
Okay, you can. I'm not arguing it. I'm stating it.
Can you read the 10th Amendment?
It doesn't matter what the 10th Amendment says. The 10th Amendment is basically just reaffirming that the states can already have what they have, and the people have what they have as well. That's all it says.
The 10th Amendment affirms
you could literally strip the 10th Amendment from the Constitution and would not change one bit about the Constitution whatsoever.
I think you have a very distinct misunderstanding of how this works.
No, I don't.
So the states are sovereign nations, right? The states have their own rules that they go by. The federal government is only supposed to...
Right. You know what? You're right. The Supremacy Clause doesn't exist. I forgot that wasn't a thing.
There's no Supremacy Clause.
Are you kidding me? Yes, there is. Go look it up. You don't know anything about the Constitution.
There's no Supremacy Clause.
Sure.
If it's not defined in the Constitution.
It is defined. There's an entire article in the Constitution about the supremacy of the federal government. Are you kidding me?
The federal government is not allowed to enforce any rules that are not distinctly defined in the Constitution. And that's guaranteed by the 10th Amendment.
No, that's not how that works. I'm sorry. Your constitutional reading is wrong. I don't know where you're getting your sources from, but they're just wrong. Sorry.
Under what? I don't understand how you could think that. How do you explain legalization of marijuana?
That's the legalization of marijuana. Essentially, that doesn't invalidate.
How do you explain that?
Very, very simply. What those states do is they decriminalize or legalize it to a certain extent, but the feds can still nab you. It hasn't been
trade
challenged.
over state lines because that's defined as a jurisdiction of the federal government.
Yeah, the states have tried to argue that they can do this because they're states and all that. But if push came to shove, if the Congress wanted to crack down on that, they could. They're just not doing that because it would be just too controversial of a decision politically.
And why?
And by the way,
why would it be controversial? Why would that be controversial? Why wouldn't
it would be
the Fed want to do
controversial
that?
because there is a rise of support in legalization or decriminalization of marijuana. That's why.
Right, and why would it be controversial? Because the
For
federal
that
government
reason, I
really
just
doesn't
stated.
have that authority to do that.
No, that's not the reason why. Because the federal government has been stepping on states' toes by having the feds go in under certain presidencies, like Bush and Obama. Did Obama do that? Obama was a little bit more lax about this. He used I'm fucking up my words. Sorry. Under Bush, California legalized marijuana, right? But Bush, nonetheless, nabbed people who were smoking pot and had them sent off to prison, and was valid because it was still illegal under federal law, even if California legalized
Only
it.
people who transported it over state lines.
Even if I'd have to see, I am not familiar with that exception.
Which is the jurisdiction of the federal government.
No, the federal government has ruled that marijuana is illegal in all 50 states. That is the current law
and they
of the federal
can't
government.
enforce that rule because if it's legal in a state.
No, they absolutely can enforce that rule. And the only reason why Obama didn't crack down on it was because
they can't.
he was
There's no
in favor.
amendment to the John. There's no amendment to the Constitution.
Supremacy
that
Clause,
says-
Article 4, Paragraph 2 of the U.S. Constitution is commonly referred to as the Supremacy Clause. It establishes that the federal Constitution and federal law generally take precedence over state laws and even states' constitutions. It prohibits states from interfering with the federal government's exercise of its constitutional powers and from assuming any functions that are exclusively entrusted to the federal government.
Constitutional powers. You just proved my point exactly.
I'm going to read it again, and there's a bit in there. I'm going to read it slowly so you listen to all of it. Article 4, Paragraph 2 of the U.S. Constitution is commonly referred to as the Supremacy Clause. It establishes that the federal Constitution and federal law generally take precedence over state laws and even states' constitutions. It prohibits states from interfering with the federal government's exercise of its constitutional powers and from assuming any functions that are exclusively entrusted to the federal government. It does not, however, allow the federal government to review or veto state laws before they take effect. The critical part in there was take precedence over state laws. So a state cannot usurp...
if it's in their constitutional powers.
A state cannot usurp the federal government by passing a law that contradicts what the Congress passes.
If it's in the Constitution...
No, that's... Yeah, look, you can go ahead and I'll... link you my source, and
that's because a state can't overwrite the Constitution, John. Not the other way around.
Also, a state cannot override federal law either. It's both the Constitution and the laws passed by Congress.
It's the same thing.
No,
you don't seem to understand that.
It's the same thing. Then I'm still right. If Congress passes a law,
the Constitution is federal law. It's what it is. That is the law.
Okay, let me be very, 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 very clear then. The states cannot override the Constitution, nor can they override legislation that is passed by the federal government. Is that clear to you?
Yeah, as through amendments to the Constitution.
No, no. That is incorrect. That is incorrect. I do not mean as amendments through to the Constitution, because I would have just stuck with the Constitution. Because
I'm
amendments
telling you what it is.
No, you're not. You don't know anything. You're like what, a 20-year-old legal expert? Like I'm not claiming to be a legal expert, but I know a little bit more about the law than you just based on this conversation.
Yeah, I appreciate you saying I'm a 20-year-old legal expert.
Why not?
I don't even know what to say. So you're insisting that it's your opinion that you've just read this. It says within the state's constitutional powers, federal government's exercise of its constitutional
I don't know
powers.
what you're going on about, but it sounds like you're not even listening to what I have to say.
And then you're saying that they can overrule state law.
The federal government cannot be usurped by the states. Very, very simple. Like,
only the amendments to only the Constitution and the amendments to the Constitution.
That's not how
including the
any
Bill
of this
Rights.
works. That's not how any of this works.
That's exactly how it works.
You should go ahead and probably look into the Wikipedia article on the Supremacy Clause,
why isn't
and it'll
the
give a
federal
whole bunch of
government-
resources
But
about
why
case
isn't the
law
federal
that is ruled
government
against
arresting
exactly what you're
people who
arguing.
why aren't they arresting people who are growing and distributing weed?
Because of
smoking weed.
a thing that you don't understand called prosecution.
Why don't they go to Nevada and arrest girls at the Bunny Ranch for prostituting themselves?
Because of prosecutorial discretion. And I don't believe there are any federal laws against prostitution.
Well, why would it be controversial if it's within their constitutional powers to do so?
Because of politics.
Because it's not within their constitutional powers to do
No,
so.
because
That's what you
of
don't seem to
politics.
understand.
No, that's a different. No, that is not what I'm saying. And I do understand what you're trying to say, but that's incorrect. The reality is that there is a rising movement to legalize
You're confusing
marijuana.
the Food and Game. You're confusing the Food and Game Commission's ability to enact.
What are you
overstate
talking
trade.
about? I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about how the federal government could prosecute people for marijuana usage, but they do not in states where it has been legalized because it would just be a political quagmire for the president at this point in time.
Well, I don't know what to say to you. You're not. I mean,
Do you not understand that sometimes the law isn't enforced because it's not politically expedient?
sure, there are cases where that happens.
Right. So why wouldn't it apply in this case?
Because in as far as vaccines, the government has.
I'm not talking about vaccines. I'm talking. Wait, we can go back to vaccines. We can go back to vaccines in a minute.
Nothing about healthcare in the Constitution.
We can go to
It's left
vaccines.
up
We can
to
go to vaccines in
individual
a second. We can go to vaccines in a
What you
second.
linked me proves my point in that the Supreme Court ruled that the state of Massachusetts and
Why would that not? My
power of
question
the
to
state of
you.
Massachusetts.
My question to you is why would that not also apply to the federal
finally
government?
read what you.
Why would that not apply to the federal government?
The federal government does not have jurisdiction. It's not within the Constitution.
Uh,
You don't seem to understand the federal government is a separate entity from each state.
Yeah, it's a separate entity, but I'm asking what in that ruling would bar the federal government specifically from mandating vaccines?
They have no rights over healthcare. Find healthcare in the Constitution.
Just
Is it
because
in there?
healthcare
This is
is
why
not in the Constitution.
Obamacare was also considered unconstitutional.
Why did the
Because
courts
federal
uphold it
government
then?
is not allowed.
Wait,
didn't
Obamacare is
uphold it.
unconstitutional. Why did the courts uphold it then?
They overruled it.
No, they
last
didn't.
Year.
What are you talking about? They didn't
In
overrule it.
2019, December of 2019,
Mm-hmm.
it was. They were forced to take out the mandate
By who? Wait. Who did that?
on the Supreme Court.
No,
know that?
dude. That's not what happened. The legislator nixed that part of the law.
Yeah, they took out the mandate. They took
Yeah,
out the
the
mandate and
Congress
penalties.
decided to amend its own law.
Because
The
it was
Supreme-
unconstitutional.
That is not
It's
what happened.
unconstitutional.
That is not what happened. The Supreme Court during the Obama administration was challenged on the individual mandate.
Yes, and it
the
went to the Court of Appeals and they lost.
No, the Supreme Court upheld Obamacare. That is what happened.
The Supreme Court in 2017, the Supreme Court upheld Obamacare. And then in
No, it was
2019,
before that. No,
it
it
went
was
to
before.
the Court of Appeals and they were denied. It was repealed. The mandate was removed and the penalties were removed because they're unconstitutional. The
That's
federal
not what
government
happened.
has
No,
right.
none of what you're saying is true. Like, I don't know where you get your information from, but this was a law. This was a case that happened in 2012, not 2017. What are you talking about?
Originally, it happened in 2012.
Yeah, and the
I'm
Supreme
telling
Court
you, it's
upheld
been
it.
through
None of your
multiple
arguments
appeals.
are upholding here. National Federation of Independent Business versus Sebelius. Let's see. It was a landmark United States Supreme Court decision in which the court upheld Congress's power to enact most provisions of the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act, commonly called Obamacare, and the Health Care and Education Reconciliation Act, including a requirement for most Americans to have health insurance by 2014. The acts respected a major set of changes to the American healthcare system that had been the subject of highly contentious debate, largely divided on political lines. And there's an entire Wikipedia article you can read about that case. I'm pretty sure they link to the actual rulings itself, as the Supreme Court has its rulings listed on its website. So no, what you're saying is just not true. It doesn't actually hold up to reality, and it just shows your lack of knowledge about basic law about this stuff. Like, I mean, I don't pretend to be a legal expert, but at the same time, this stuff is not hard to look up.
Sorry, I lost you. What's the last thing you said?
Okay, I'll try to repeat it. Maybe I went a little too fast. I'll just take it from the top again. I'll read off from the Wikipedia article that I'm using as a source, if that's all right.
Yeah.
And again, if you don't trust the Wikipedia source, you can check the source the Wikipedia article uses. I can just go ahead and link it to you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just read the Wikipedia article.
Yeah, sure. National Federation of Independent Business versus Sibelius. Again, I don't understand how to pronounce like foreign names, and that sounds really foreign to me. Yeah. National Federation of Independent Business versus Sibelius was a landmark United States Supreme Court decision in which the court upheld Congress's power to enact most provisions of the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act, commonly called Obamacare, and the Health Care and Education Reconciliation Act, including a requirement for most Americans to have health insurance by 2014. The acts represented a major set of changes to the American healthcare system that had been subject of a highly contentious debate, largely divided on political lines. The Supreme Court, in an opinion written by Chief Justice John Roberts, upheld a vote of 5-4 the individual mandate to buy health insurance as a constitutional exercise of Congress's taxing power. A majority of the justices, including Chief Justice Roberts, agree that the individual mandate was not a proper use of Congress's Commerce Clause or Necessary and Proper Clause powers, though they did not join a single opinion. A majority of the justices also agreed that another challenge provision of the Act, a significant expansion of Medicaid, was not a valid exercise of Congress's spending power, as it was a course states to either accept expansion or risk losing existing Medicaid funding. Meaning that your point that the individual mandate was unconstitutional is just not true. That's not what the Supreme Court ruled.
What are the spending powers of Congress? What are they? Are they constitutional?
I'm not here to teach you the Constitution. Look, you clearly didn't read the Constitution. You clearly haven't read. Maybe you've read the Constitution, but you haven't read any court rulings judging the Constitution. But it's not my job here to educate you on the entire history of the Supreme Court.
I don't know what to say to you.
I mean, I'm sorry. Like, you can't just make up your own. You're like,
what do you think? What do you think the spending powers of Congress? What grants them this? What grants Congress its spending powers, John?
It said right here it was a bill, the Congress ability, the taxing power. Like, we can just.
What is that in? What is it in?
It's in the Constitution.
Thank you. I don't know what you're talking about. It's unconstitutional.
What do you mean it's unconstitutional? Well, let's argue with
because it's not within their powers.
Hey, you know what?
In the Constitution.
You know what? You clearly disagree with this ruling. That's fine. You're free to have your own opinion. I don't agree with every Supreme Court ruling. Why don't you go ahead, make a case, and argue against the Supreme Court? I'm pretty sure with your ability to argue the law and know the law, you could make that case and win.
What I'm trying to tell you is it was unconstitutional for Congress to levy a fine.
Okay.
Federally, because it's not within their spending powers, which is defined
but you claim,
in the United States Constitution.
Yeah, but guess what? The Supreme Court...
Unconstitutional.
Yeah, you can say that all you like. This ruling that I just read to you, that exists, that happened, they ruled that the individual mandate was a tax and therefore was valid.
No, it's...
That's what they ruled. If you disagree with the ruling...
Get rid of it?
What?
So why, when it went to the Court of Appeals, was it removed?
This was the Supreme. What are you talking about? This is the Supreme Court. It's the highest court in the land. There is no appeal to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court is the appeal. Of course
there's appeals to the Supreme Court. You go to the appellate court. And then it's reheard by the Supreme Court.
Dude, are you smoking crack? There's no appeal court to the Supreme Court.
Appeal.
There is no appeals court, dude. You can look it up. This is basic 101 Supreme Court. I don't get why you could come here on my stream and just act like there's an appeals court to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court could revise its own ruling. That's possible. But there's no court higher than the Supreme Court.
Yes. And what did they do? They revised their ruling and said it was unconstitutional. I just don't understand.
Okay, cite me the case where that happened. If that happened and I'm just not knowing about it, I'll concede the point.
Obamacare lost, but I don't understand, John. So
what do you mean you don't understand?
You're in a bubble now of 2012.
What do you mean you don't understand?
2020. Obamacare no longer has a mandate and no longer has a fine.
I'm sorry, when did this happen? Like, there's no evidence to back this up at all. Like, you're just making shit, you're just pulling shit out of your ass at this point. All right. All right, Sargon, you gonna smugly chuckle?
I don't know what to say to you, man.
What court ruling made that effect? What was the court ruling called? What was
All
the court
right,
case
hold
called?
on. Give me a minute. I'll Google it now.
Yeah, go ahead and Google
I'm
it.
assuming a lot, but
Yeah, you are.
maybe I'm assuming too much. Maybe I'm assuming that I've been saying it over and over again, and maybe I'm assuming that you actually know that the mandate and the tax and the tax were removed. So just give me a second.
They were removed, but that was by the Congress, not the Supreme Court. What are you talking about?
All right, just give me a second. All right,
Like, this is not
keep
even
talking
like.
because I don't want to kill. I
like-
don't want all dead air.
All
So
right,
I'm looking
sure.
for-
Yeah, I don't know what Persp is talking about. It just doesn't make any sense. Like, anyone who's been paying attention to politics in recent history knows that the Congress removed the individual mandate, not the courts. Like, you can go ahead and look this up. I mean, or you could just be paying attention to politics for the past 40 years. Like, I don't
Okay.
even get why you're saying that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of 2017
Mm-hmm.
eliminated the fine for violating the individual mandate. I'm guessing that's what you mean by passed by Congress.
Yeah,
Starting
that
in
would be a
2019.
congressional act. It's not the same as Supreme Court. Like,
Hold on.
you're mixing your branches
Now I
up.
Give me a minute here.
Okay.
It's a huge bill, so I have to find exactly where I.
Yeah, but
remember
wait.
being and-
Wait, you're referencing a bill that already proves my point that it wasn't a Supreme Court decision or any court decision, but an act of Congress. You don't have to search for anything. I was right about this.
Hold on a second.
There's no holding on. Um,
I'm looking. This bill is huge.
wait, before you bring this up, I just have a question for you.
Yeah,
When
go
I
ahead.
said this was an act of Congress that got rid of it, and you find the bill that Congress passed that got rid of it,
Yes, I found the bill.
yeah, and you
Yeah.
argued against me on that point, and you said it wasn't an act of Congress, that was a court decision, and it turns out to be false. Why the fuck are you searching for the provision in the bill instead of just saying, "Oh, I'm sorry, I was retarded"?
I'm looking for what they.
No.
changed in the bill.
You can be right about a different point. That's fine. But on this particular point, where's my apology?
Give me a minute.
No.
I'll give you an
I'm asking
apology
you
if
a question.
you're
No,
right.
this is
Hold
my
on a
stream. I'm going to
sec.
kick you out in another minute. What is it? Why is it that you can't recognize
Give
that
me
you
a
were
minute. I'll
incorrect?
give you an apology if you're right, but I got to look.
But no, you already showed I was right because you're looking through a bill passed by Congress.
Find it. Bill is fucking huge. It's mostly corporate tax.
All right. Well, I'm going to shift gears a little bit. What does this have to do with the COVID shit?
I don't know. You keep bringing it up.
Well, no, we kind of went down a rabbit hole. We were just talking about the ACA, and you were just talking about how you were just getting all the court cases on ACA completely wrong.
So bad at reading stuff and paying attention to our conversation.
No, dude, you don't understand basic shit about U.S. law. Like, anyone who has any basic understanding about it would disagree with you on this because it's just factually incorrect. I'm sorry. Like, to quote your boy Pence, Kamala Harris, you're entitled to your own opinions, but you're not entitled to your own facts.
Okay, so here's what okay. So I found it.
Mhm.
So in December of 2018, a Texas district court struck down the ACA, but stayed its ruling pending an appeal, and concluded that the individual mandate was connected to the law that Congress would not have passed the ACA without. Okay. So on the appeal in Texas v. the United States, a split panel on the 5th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals deemed that the individual mandate was unconstitutional, but the panel instructed the district court to rehear the matter and to employ a finer tooth comb on the remand and conduct of more inquiry. Okay. So the ACA and Congress intended it to be an inseverable from the mandate. On March 2nd, 2019, before the district court could carry out the appellate court's directive, the Supreme Court announced it would hear the case again in its term beginning in the fall of 2020, blocking the lower courts from hearing the action. the case is also in the Supreme Court in Texas v. California.
So this is
So
ongoing
it's-
litigation. It's not a Supreme Court
Yes.
ruling like you're trying to claim.
Well, it was a Texas Supreme Court ruling, but the federal Supreme Court blocked it, and they're going to rehear the case.
Okay, so this is pending
But
litigation.
it keeps going. So it keeps going.
Yeah, sure. I'm aware.
It's
I'm
just so much information that I think we're getting a little confused on what's what and where is what, because I don't think you know exactly what I'm talking about, and I wasn't considering what you were talking about part of it, but it is. So I'll apologize there. I'll
sure.
apologize that Congress did pass the bill that ended the mandate and the fine
Yeah, that's what did it.
before the Supreme Court ruling.
Right.
But
And I do want to say
it's
that yet.
unconstitutional anyway.
I mean,
and-
like, I guess the Supreme Court will determine that at the end of the day. Like, they'll either revise their previous ruling or they'll make a different ruling about why it's unconstitutional for different reasons.
Yeah, because it's in the Fifth Circuit Court right now.
Yeah, like I think actually, it's actually supposed to be.
So
heard- if I recall correctly, a big point of contention, and I don't agree with this point of contention for the record, was for ACB getting to the Supreme Court, was that this would give the Republicans power to like rule over this. So they kept on bringing up this court case that was pending. So I do know that this is going to go to the Supreme Court again, due to like the separate. I forget the word. Whether or not that part, it's going to the Supreme Court again this year, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, unless I'm just having like
Yes,
a brain
it
fart.
is.
Okay,
It
yeah.
is.
So
it
sorry.
should
About that.
actually. It's actually, I think, already ongoing.
Well, hey, if the Supreme Court like revises the decision or rules it unconstitutional for other
I
reasons,
think it is. I mean, it is unconstitutional. But yeah.
sure. But getting
Okay,
back,
what
well,
happened?
let's get back to COVID, because if ACA is in place or not, it doesn't really address the matter.
Yeah, I don't really know how we got to the ACA. I was
I-
so busy trying to read all of the shit as quickly as I could that I kind of lost my place on. where we
Okay,
were
so
talking
here's the thing. If you want to like
You're
argue
so
that,
all over the place, John.
Mm,
I'm just
no,
trying to keep
that's
up
just
with
how
you.
conversation works. Like, it's just
All
not
right. Well, I'm trying to keep up with you. I'm trying to
all
keep
right,
up.
all right. Let's getting back to the COVID shit. Like when it comes to vaccine, like if it works and it's effective and it would like reduce and it would actually be a necessary precaution, yeah, I would want it mandated. I would prefer that people would be willing to just take it rather than just like being like, oh no, I'm not going to take it based on some vaccination conspiracy or something like that. Because there's a lot of people who have come up with.
What do you think the efficacy of this vaccine could be?
We can't know that at this point.
When the CDC mandates a minimum of 5 years of vaccine research before it's administered.
Well, if that's
What
the
do you
case,
think, the efficacy could possibly be.
well,
What
let
do
me
you
just.
think the efficacy is of like the flu vaccine?
You probably have done more research on that than I have. I have not.
About 50%. It works about 50% of the time.
Sure,
if they get the prediction correct.
But let's put things into context here. The flu vaccine and a hypothetical, we don't have any knowledge about a COVID vaccine because none's been created at this
Yes,
time.
we do. It's a coronavirus. What else is a coronavirus?
But you have to identify the
It's
specific.
zoonotic.
Okay, correct me if I'm wrong.
The
Don't you have to
cold, the common cold?
Don't you have to identify the specific strand of the disease in order to create a vaccine for
have
that
to-
disease?
You have to you have to find the correct tail antigen, and it has to fit into the slot of an antibody. Yeah.
Right. So we don't have a COVID vaccine at this time, so we can't know about the effectiveness
Well,
of the vaccine.
let me tell you. Okay. Let me teach you something. So
sure,
the
I guess.
the coronavirus is a class of coronaviruses, right?
Right.
The common cold is a coronavirus.
I don't know if that's accurate. But if
The common
that's
cold
what,
is a coronavirus. It's
I'll trust your word. I'll trust your word for the moment. Keep going.
okay. So the cold, actually, the coronavirus mutates a lot. It mutates a lot less than the cold. It looks like, but why they're saying that it's going to be a temporary immunity is because the cold, you only keep your immunity for about 18 to 24 months for each cold strain.
You're gonna have to
So-
explain what you mean by that, because when you say you keep your immunity for 12 to 18 months, you said.
Well, you want me to teach you a biology course? So
no, I'm not asking. I'm not asking you to teach me a biology course. I'm just have a specific question. When you say the immunity, you mean the immunity to that specific disease?
Yes.
Okay.
That specific strain.
Sure.
So, how do you think they're going to create an effective virus with an efficacy?
I don't know. That's a question.
95% in 9 months.
I don't know. I don't know. That's a question for the
And then
doctor.
they're going to be administering this to people, and they have no idea what the side effects are going to be. How is that any more?
I'm not. Let me be clear.
Of a health risk.
Let me be clear. I'm not in favor of vaccine that the eggheads are unsure of. Like, if there's no safeguards or insurance that this vaccine would work, then fuck it. I'm not going to be like, yeah, you should definitely get this thing that's risky to take.
Do you have any choice? If the government mandates it, John, do you have any choice?
Like I said, there's reasons to be skeptical of the government using this power to mandate a vaccine. There are cases where it's legit argument to bring up. Like, I'm not saying it's completely invalid. But
do you know about, like, in the early 60s about the polio vaccine?
You mean a disease that's nearly eradicated thanks to the polio vaccine?
Yes, but there was another disease in the polio vaccine. There was a virus. It was a monkey virus.
Yeah.
And it would be latent for 30 years, and then it would randomly kill people. You would be infected with this virus through the vaccine because, of course, they got it from monkeys. And the monkey virus would manifest 20 years later and kill you.
Okay.
And that was because people were basically guinea pigs for this vaccine. And this vaccine was way more studied than, say, this COVID vaccine.
There's no COVID vaccine. Wait.
Guarantee.
Wait. I don't like this comparison.
There is a COVID vaccine.
There's no COVID vaccine.
There's no COVID vaccine. COVID vaccines. They're just not ready for public consumption yet.
Okay.
I mean, there are multiple vaccines that are being created as we speak.
They're being created, but the fact that they're not completed yet means there's no COVID vaccine to speak of. That's like saying that, oh yeah, we're making a movie. Oh, the movie exists, but it's just not done yet. So I'm going to talk about this movie that's not completed. But you can't say it doesn't exist because it's not finished. The same thing with the vaccines. The vaccines aren't finished. So we can't talk about a vaccine that's being worked on in labs and tested.
Well, supposedly they want to release it in December, don't they?
That's some rhetoric that Trump's been touting out. Biden has been...
So do you want to mandate the vaccine or not?
It's not a yes or no option. Like, if the vaccine isn't ready, no, of course not. If the vaccine is ready, it works. The eggheads have gone through it. It's safe. It follows all the guidelines. Then
how would you know if it's safe or not? You don't know if it's safe. You
don't.
Take another 4 years to know.
That's great, but you can't.
Even then.
Yeah, but when you turn on the engine of your car, you have no guarantee that the engine will blow up. But except for the fact that an expert mechanic,
you have a guarantee.
Really? Because lots of cars blow up every day. How do you know the engine's not going to just self-implode and cause an explosion? Because you trust the experts who built the car and sold you the car, etc.
John, if you buy a new car and you drive out of the lot,
if you want to be a paranoid schizophrenic and be afraid of vaccines all your life, that's fine by me. And honestly, yeah, but here's the thing: if the vaccine works,
that actually did happen though for a little while. With do you know about that whole thing with GM and them? Literally, their car engines, they knew they would explode if they got hit in a 20-mile-an-hour.
May as well never buy another car again because back then, man, just like those vaccines with the monkey disease, can't use cars anymore.
Different.
You're saying it's analogous?
No, I'm not saying it's analogous. I just thought it was funny that you'd bring that up.
Yeah. But in any event, like, I'm not rushing off to rush for a vaccine, and we don't know about what this. How
now you're not.
No, I'm not.
Now you're not.
Like, if
a Monday Matt show, you were definitely in a rush. You were saying we got to vaccinate everybody forcibly. Now you're not though, because you thought about it a little bit. Now you're like, oh shit.
I don't remember exactly what I said on Monday Matt's show. Like I said, I think I said if a vaccine's going to work, it works. I think I even said there was
retarded and
you were saying a bunch of
forcibly vaccinated.
No, you were saying retarded shit about other shit. Like, for example, you're saying the COVID thing isn't even real. So why are we even talking about a vaccine? We don't even believe
it's not deadly. It's as deadly as the flu.
What do you mean? No, it's not. It is 4 times. It was like
as the flu.
It is.
Do you know how many people the flu killed last year? It killed 60,000 people in the United States.
It has killed.
It killed almost 700,000 people in Africa. It killed probably 400,000 people in China.
Give me a second.
300,000 people in India. I mean, it's killed. Probably the flu killed more people last year. Than
Okay, yeah, the flu killed more
COVID.
people. The COVID virus killed more people this year. We can just go to the CDC websites, and maybe you don't believe them. I don't
Go
really
to
care.
the CDC website. Go and read it.
Okay,
Read it for
deaths 243,257, and coronavirus cases 10,100,800. 10,182,000.
How many in the United
No.
States?
No. This is the United States numbers, bitch. 10,182. 10,182,818.
Cases.
243,257 deaths.
Okay.
That's a
read for
death
the
rate
flu.
higher than the flu. It is
Read
four
it-
times
read it
deadlier
for
than the flu.
Read it for the flu.
What do you mean read it
Compare
for?
them and compare infection rate and mortality. Go ahead. Read the flu now.
Okay,
You have the
great. Let's look
CDC
up the
site.
flu. CDC. Flu versus COVID death rate.
Yeah,
Death
let's
rates.
hear it.
Okay.
And this is just comparing with all their fake bullshit. I mean, George Floyd supposedly died of the coronavirus, according to the coroner.
George Floyd was murdered, or killed at least, by a police officer.
We know he was, but he was rolled a COVID death on the books.
What are you
So,
talking about? I've never heard anything about this. Like, what's your
you
source
better
on
go
that?
Look it up. better go
No, I'm
look
not
it up.
looking up a really weird claim.
It's not a weird claim. When George Floyd was killed,
Why did the autopsy
police
not mention
officers,
anything about COVID?
in the autopsies, they did. They said he had COVID.
Yeah,
and
they said he
died
had
from
COVID, yes.
complications of COVID and heart failure. And they said that's what he died of.
Okay.
That was the state's official death warrant. That was their official cause of death.
Ooh.
Was
Dude,
COVID and
Okay, so I'm
heart
just gonna ask you.
failure.
I'm just gonna ask you a series of questions. One, is COVID a real virus? Yes or no?
Yeah, it's real.
Okay, it's real.
as
Got
deadly
it.
as the flu.
Okay. Second question. Is COVID deadly? Does it kill people?
Yeah, it kills people. The flu.
Question
kills
3.
people, the cold
Are you a believer
kills
that if there's
people,
comortalities, the COVID
diabetes kills
do you believe?
people,
Do you believe?
cancer
Do you
kills people?
shut up? Do you believe that COVID comortalities shouldn't count towards COVID deaths?
Yes.
You're retarded. And
Yes,
the
I
reason
don't
why you're
think it should
retarded is
count.
because guess
I
what?
don't
No
think
one ever
it
died
should
of
count if
HIV
somebody
either.
has AIDS and they die of COVID. I don't think it should count.
Dude, think for a second. No one ever
somebody
died
has
of. Wait, what are you talking about? No one ever
COPD
died of
and died
HIV or
of
AIDS.
COVID.
There's comortalities with all HIV and AIDS cases. What are you talking about?
Of course, of course, if you get the cold, you could die if you have AIDS.
You realize that the way that HIV
So what
and
killed
COVID
you,
works is it's an
AIDS or the cold? What
I'm
killed
sorry, can you repeat that?
If you have AIDS and you die of the cold, what killed you? The cold or AIDS?
It was both. Both. I don't understand how this is
No,
complicated for you.
It was AIDS killed you.
No,
The
you don't
cold
understand.
didn't
You don't
kill
understand
you.
how any of this
It was
works.
AIDS.
No one ever died of HIV by your logic, because guess what? The way HIV kills you is it doesn't kill you by
No,
like the
I'm
HIV
saying
just attacked you. It attacks your autoimmune defense.
John,
It
John,
attacks
you're
your
hearing the
autoimmune
opposite.
system. It
You're hearing
attacks.
the opposite of what I'm saying. I'm saying that the AIDS is killing you.
Mhm.
Whatever co-infection that you get is not the cause of your death.
Yeah, but by that logic, no one died of HIV, and people with HIV die from HIV
No,
because it
people
attacks the
die
immune system.
From HIV, yeah.
Yeah, guess what?
Yes, they
COVID.
died of HIV.
But here's
They
the
didn't die of
thing.
their
Here's
co-infection.
the thing. You don't seem to get it. What COVID does is it attacks your immune system, so that way these comortalities can kill you in the first place. So if you have a pre-existing condition,
Opposite. It's the exact opposite, John.
so wait. Tell me how it's
It's the exact
wait. I
opposite.
got to hear this. Okay, this is. I got to hear this big brain tape.
AIDS
How is the exact
destroys
opposite?
your immune system.
Mhm.
Okay, then you get the cold and you die. The AIDS is what destroyed your immune system. That's the cause of death.
Mhm.
That's why you died.
That's the same way
Not
COVID.
the
That is
cold.
the same way COVID works.
No,
Congratulations,
it's
you learned
not-
something.
It's not how COVID works.
Okay,
John.
tell me this. If COVID attacks your immune system and makes you more susceptible to dying of a pre-existing condition, what killed you? The pre-existing condition or COVID?
The pre-existing condition killed you.
And what enabled
If
the
you
pre-existing
have
condition? No. Stop.
you have
Think for a second. Pay attention to what I'm
COPD.
saying. Pay attention to what I'm saying. If you didn't have
Yeah.
COVID, would you have died?
You could die from anything. though.
Oh, so
You
the
could
COVID
die
did play a
from the
factor in
cold.
killing you, didn't it?
Yeah, it factors into it.
Yeah, guess so. That's
As
why those
much
deaths
as
are
the
counted,
cold
genius.
Or the flu.
You don't know what you're talking about. You're trying to say that the COVID death is far less deadly than it actually is. And the reason you're saying that is because you're a Trump
It is far
simp.
less deadly than it actually is. I mean, if somebody with COPD gets pneumonia, okay?
Hey,
They die from
I got another one for you.
COPD,
No one
or
ever
did they
died of a
die
shot.
from pneumonia.
I got another one for you. No one ever died of a shotgun wound because what really killed them was blood loss. So no one ever dies of gun violence.
Yeah, but the blood loss was caused by the bullet. You're proving my point.
Oh, so the blood loss
Exactly.
is caused by the bullet. So you mean the pre-existing condition that killed you was caused due to a weakened immune system that COVID caused?
No, COVID doesn't cause a weakened immune
Yes,
system.
it does. That's exactly
People
how
who
that
have
works.
Weakened immune systems. Most people, 95% of people who get COVID don't have any symptoms at all.
That's
Because they
no.
have
That's
perfectly healthy immune systems.
that's not.
It's when you're
What are
not
you talking
healthy
about?
That you die.
What are you talking about? That is not true at all. Who
That is
told you that?
Absolutely true.
What are
John,
you, dude?
Most
You
people
just
who get COVID are perfectly healthy. They have no idea that they have COVID.
COVID symptoms. Symptoms may appear 2 to 14 days after exposure to the virus. People with
Yes.
these symptoms may have COVID-19, fever or chills, cough, shortness of breath or difficulty breathing, fatigue, muscle or body aches, headache, new loss of taste or smell, sore throat, congestion or runny nose, nausea or vomiting, diarrhea. Look for emergency warning signs of COVID-19. If someone's showing
Yeah.
any signs, seek
You
emergency
could
medical care
exhibit those
immediately.
symptoms.
Trouble breathing, persistent pain or pressure in the chest, new confusion, inability to wake or stay awake, blushish lips or face.
Yes.
Yeah, let's see. Let's go to CDC's website directly.
Okay. Yes, that's the symptoms. If you have,
You said there was
COVID and
no
you're
symptoms.
symptomatic. No, I said most people are asymptomatic. They don't have any symptoms. They're
Yeah, but that
perfectly
no,
healthy.
you said no. You didn't say most people. You said people don't get symptoms from COVID.
95% of people do not have any symptoms. if
Dude,
they're- when
like,
they're
where do you
infected
get
with COVID.
when you're looking up news about COVID? Who do you go to as your source? I'm curious.
John, everybody knows this.
No, I'm asking you a direct question. When you go for news about COVID, who do you go to?
The CDC even says that 95%.
No,
of
who do you
people
go
are
to for your
asymptomatic.
sources on COVID? Because you don't trust the
Just
CDC.
look up. I trust the CDC. The CDC says
You
95%
trust the CDC?
of people.
You
Sure,
trust
why
the C-
not?
Because you're getting all these insane conclusions like that COVID doesn't kill you despite it attacking your immune
It
system.
doesn't.
Oh, okay, it does. They just
95% of people are perfectly healthy. They feel great.
Okay,
when they have
great. Then
COVID.
this is
They
just
have
the same
no
argument.
idea that they have it.
Okay, great. No one ever died of a
The
gunshot
only
wound
people that
then
are
it was all
dying
blood
from
loss.
COVID have severe comorbidities.
Blood loss doesn't kill you. Trauma by a blunt instrument and blood loss is what kills you.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you for proving my point.
How does that prove your point?
If
do you want
somebody
do you want
stabs you, you're
do you want all
dying
gun
to
deaths
stab
to be reduced to zero because the gunshot doesn't kill you?
Understand what kind of reverse logic that
It's
you're-
not reverse
you have,
logic,
Juan.
dude. COVID kills people, and you're denying this because you are
No,
a Trump
COVID
simp.
COVID can kill you.
You know what? I'm
Yeah.
convinced you should go to the
If you
CDC
have
and work for them
severe
because.
comorbidities. If you're a healthy person,
Well,
the
you trust
chances
us.
of
Well, here's
COVID
the thing.
killing you is about 1 in a million.
Well, here's the thing. You trust the CDC? Great. That means you trust our expert analysis, and they disagree with your opinion
and the
completely.
CDC says that over 95% of
Do you
people who
tru-
get COVID don't have any symptoms of being sick.
What does that have to do with my point, though? The CDC disagrees
It
with
has
your.
everything to do with.
The CDC disagrees with your big brain take that COVID doesn't kill anyone.
It doesn't, unless you have a comorbidity. You do not die.
Wait.
from
How
COVID.
could you How could you claim that COVID doesn't kill anyone when the CDC says the exact opposite? That it kills like all the people that got it, or all the people that died from their. Let me rephrase that because that was wrong. Why do you say that you trust the
Even
CDC?
you said.
No,
that
I'm not
10
done yet.
million
I'm not done
people
yet.
in the
I'm
United
not done
States
yet.
were
Don't
infected
please do
and
not interrupt me. I know I misspoke, so I have to restate what I said because I misspoke. But just let me get this point across. How is it that you say you trust the CDC, but when the CDC's death tolls are stacked up, you say no, that death toll should be reduced by 90, like this, by a great percentage up to 100% because it's not COVID that kills you; it's a pre-existing condition.
Okay, so here you go. This is how I could do that.
How can you square that circle? I'm curious.
That's how I could do that. There is over 2 million people who are officially diagnosed with COVID. There are probably 10 times that in this country who are asymptomatic that were never even tested for COVID.
That's conjecture.
It's conjecture, but it's what I'm telling you. So
Okay,
now
great.
we
You're
have
telling me you're not
20
a
million
doctor. I don't
people.
have to trust your opinion at all. And this is all conjecture.
Well, okay, so now we have 20 million people who are infected with COVID and 200,000 deaths. It's not. That's like 0.01% of people with COVID have died.
There's only been 10 million
all of
documented
those people-
cases.
75. If you look at the statistics, over 75% of those people were over 70 years old, and almost all of them had comorbidities. What do you have to say to that?
About the comorbidities? I told you about the comorbidities.
Or about
thing.
just the age?
Dude, you keep
Older
on.
people, comorbidities.
Yeah, guess.
If they really
no,
die
dude,
from
dude, the
COVID,
people didn't just
they
die of
died
old
because they
age. What are you
were-
talking about?
because
Old
they
age
were
isn't a
sick.
cause of death. Why are you bringing up the age involved into this? They died by.
Dying of natural causes is a cause of death, John.
No, it isn't.
Of course it is.
Who told you
John,
that?
if you're 100 years old and you die of heart failure, that is dying of natural causes. Your heart is not meant to last forever. I just
So
don't
what?
understand.
God
where
just
your
touches.
logic is.
God just touches you when you die. Is that the cause of death? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, nobody lives forever, John.
Okay, so
If
you believe that
die
God.
from
So
something, you die.
so the
If you're 100 years old and you die, you die. I
but
mean,
there's a
everybody
cause
dies.
to that, like heart
No,
failure,
there's no
for
cause.
example.
It's you're old.
A causeless death.
You're done.
A
Yeah,
causeless death.
It's called natural causes.
Okay,
called
okay, buddy.
dying
Like
of
that's
natural causes.
they only put
When
that
you die
they
from
the only
old
reason
age-
they put that down in
Okay,
death
so maybe
certificates
you don't know
isn't to
this, John.
literally
Maybe you
natural
don't know
causes is like dying of like a heart attack or like
John, maybe
or
you
like
don't know
lung
this.
failure or something like that. It's not that
Oh.
oh no, the body just died. Like that's not a real cause
So
of death.
maybe you don't know this. When grandma gets old, okay, there's going to be a time where she's going to have to die. I mean, nobody lives forever.
What a
So-
what a tautological scientific
So-
point of view you have.
Nobody lives forever. You know, your heart is going to go, or maybe your brain.
Yeah, but
maybe
guess
your blood
what? If the
vessels.
brain breaks down, that's the cause of death. It's not old age. No one ever writes it down in a death certificate ever.
Yes, they do.
Can you give me
John.
some
It's called
examples?
Dying of natural causes.
Okay, yeah,
It's called
sure.
when a 100-year-old person comes in.
No,
and
I just want
dies
to
of
clarify
heart
this point.
failure.
I just want to be very, very clear. Natural causes is written down as a cause of death, but it's not a real cause of death. It just it reflects a broad category of real causes of death, such as a heart attack, brain failure, like a brain aneurysm or something like
Why
that,
would a
or
heart
other
attack, John, why
direct
would a
means that
heart
actually
attack
cause
be
someone to die.
considered- Why would a heart attack be considered natural causes?
What?
I said, why would a heart attack be considered a natural cause?
Okay, you're buddy. You're right. Natural causes is a result of death. Heart attacks don't exist. You're right about that.
Why would a heart attack be considered natural causes, though? Because when you get older, your heart stops functioning correctly.
Hey, if I write down on a death certificate, died of natural causes, what does that tell you about the exact reason about why someone died?
They died from old age. That's usually what
Old
natural
age is
causes
not a
do.
cause of death at all, period. That's not a cause of death.
I don't know what to tell you, man.
You want to look
I
this up?
mean-
We can look this up. We'll see who's right about
Look
it.
it up, John.
Yeah, sure.
Look
We'll do it
up.
right now on stream. Old age.
Look it up.
Cause of death.
Are you one of
Old
those
age is not a
magical
cause of
people-
death. Huh, this is written by a doctor. Huh, seems you're wrong about that. Old
Oh,
age
yeah,
is
what
not
did
truly a
it
cause
say?
of death in and of itself. To die of old age means that someone has died naturally from an ailment associated with aging. The same usually for dying of natural causes. Oh, look at that. It means I was right about this.
No, it means exactly what I said to you.
I'm going to read it again, and I'm going to read it
Read it
slowly so you
again.
listen. Okay.
Read it again,
Old
John.
age is not a cause of death. So that directly refutes what you were saying, firstly. So you were wrong.
It's on
Secondly,
Wikipedia again. Yeah.
it's not Wikipedia. This is an article written by a doctor. Old
Okay,
age
go
is
ahead.
not truly a cause of death in and of itself. To
Yeah.
die of old age means that someone has died naturally from an ailment associated with aging. The same usually goes for quote unquote dying of natural causes. In other words, they're not really causes of death in and of themselves.
What, John?
I'm going to read it again. And I'm going to read it slowly
Read it
so you
again.
process the point.
Read
No,
it
I'm not going to
real
read it again.
slow.
No, I'm not going to go ahead and read it again.
Real slow. From aging. Just read that part again. Read it again. From aging. An ailment caused from aging. What does from aging mean to you? Is that
I'm not having a semantics debate. You're just wrong about it. You're not understanding the point, just like you don't understand the law. COVID-19 is not killing people. Weak immune systems and bad doctors are, quote unquote. People are dying from COVID-19. A recent Facebook post rounds up. Like, look,
Facebook
okay, listen,
roundup.
Sargon, if you're just gonna laugh in my face, I can just kick you off the air if you like.
I'm not trying to laugh in your face, John.
Yeah, but you're doing. No, what do you mean you're not trying to laugh in my face? It's what you're doing. If you're actually doing that thing, it is what you're doing.
John, you're arguing with me that people don't die from old age.
Yeah,
You're
they
not
don't.
making any sense. It's
No.
ridiculous.
Okay, old age in of itself. Okay, let me be very, very fucking clear to you. Old age in of itself is not a cause of death. There are
So what happens to your body that is caused
aging
from-
happens. Things break down. Yes, maybe I didn't make this point clear. Maybe I didn't make this point clear enough. Like, yes, the body wears down over time with aging. I'm not denying that. That's not my point. Don't construe my point as being that. What I'm trying to say is that old age, quote unquote, and natural causes in of themselves are not death. As a general thing that you can say that a person died of old age or natural causes, of course you can. But when we're talking about like specific clinical things, you don't write down generally, except if you're like a quick corner or something like that down. So maybe I was being a little autistic there with my point. Maybe I didn't word it correctly, but that's the point I'm trying to make. That's the last I'll say about that.
Okay, you're 100% right. You know, let's move on.
Yeah,
you're right. Yes.
Yeah, I mean,
Absolutely.
I'm pretty sure it might have been entertaining for the audience, but like it's not really productive in like getting to the point here.
Yeah.
Like with the COVID thing.
It's true. Yeah.
Let me just
so let's say 100-year-old person gets COVID and they die. What did they die of? Did they die from COVID or did they die from old age?
Well, obviously they died from COVID and a comorbidity. Obviously.
And a comorbidity. And
yeah,
the comorbidity would be what? That they're 100 years old?
Well, firstly, wait.
Hospice care anyway?
Whatever the natural cause... Okay, let's not go into semantics debate again. Whatever the quote-unquote natural cause was that they died from, like whether it be a heart failure or their lungs broke down, maybe they smoked one too many cigarettes and they died of like some sort of like, I don't know, inflation of the lungs or something. Maybe it was pneumonia is another one. Maybe they had a brain aneurysm.
It turns out that smoking actually makes you less vulnerable to COVID. You would think it would be the opposite, but it has to do with nicotine attaching to the RAS. You have a RAS receptor on your epithelial cells in your lungs, and what happens is nicotine actually attaches to that, so it blocks the virus from...
I've heard Medicare tweet about that. I don't know how accurate that is, but I'm not going to dispute it. I'll just have to look it up later. Here's the thing. Someone linked me, I got someone someone linked me this article, a recent Facebook post.
But I found that fairly interesting.
Yeah. Okay, so a recent Facebook post rounds up a lot of misinformation about the coronavirus and presents it as fact. COVID-19 is not killing people, it says. Weak immune systems and bad doctors are. The tests are rigged. The death count is false. Masks are useless. Hand sanitizer is toxic. Vaccines are poison. The government and media are lying.
I don't know if I agree with all of that.
Right. The post, I'm not saying you do. There's a bunch of claims here. I'm not saying that you agree with all that. I mean, of course,
hand sanitizer works. You don't want to bathe in it.
This post was flagged as part of Facebook's effort to combat false news and misinformation on its newsfeed, and then it links into Facebook's practices, which that's besides the point. We've already looked into several claims in this post. COVID-19 tests aren't rigged. A common cold won't cause a false positive. The tests are not scientifically meaningless, though there's new thinking about the most effective testing methods, and we've found no evidence that labs are deliberately manipulating the test results. The death count isn't false. It's about 187,000 at the time of the writing this article in the United States and rising. If anything, doctors say there's an undercount of COVID-19 cases in the U.S. Masks aren't useless. A growing body of evidence shows that.
Where are the bulk of those deaths in New York State, right? You know what happened in New York State?
Are you talking about the whole?
New York State?
I've heard about
Emperor Cuomo sending all of the infected elderly people back to the nursing homes and killing everybody in the nursing homes.
I don't know if the extent of that claim is true. I'm not saying it's false, though, at the same time, because I haven't researched it. However, I will say it's completely reckless and irresponsible of him to have done that. And he does share the blame for those deaths as a result from that policy, if any occurred.
Okay.
Yeah. So like, I'm not like gonna like say that Trump's, oh yeah, Trump's a bad guy for doing all this, but then, oh yeah, state governor that clearly enforces that kind of a policy is
Trump
off the
doesn't
hook.
have what we were originally fighting about was that Trump had no authority to do anything. The CDC can set forth guidelines that can be adopted by the state. Trump has zero authority to do anything about COVID to begin with.
Okay,
It's
I'm
up
not
to
gonna I'm gonna boil this
the
argument
states.
down. Like, I'm gonna boil this argument down to this. If the
According to the
government
10th
is not
Amendment.
gonna protect me and my community when there's
It's
a
up to your
national
governor.
emergency,
It's
I'm not
up-
done yet. I'm not done yet. If the government is not gonna protect me and my community when there's a national emergency, why do I have a national government?
Well, really, it's not even up to the executive branch of government. It's actually
No,
up
I don't
to
care about the
representative
autistic. Well, this is what the Constitution is. Shit. Why do I have a government? Why am I paying taxes to the federal
Well,
government
your
if they're not going
state
to do
senate
shit during a
should
national
be able-
emergency?
Your state senate.
I don't
should
give a
be
shit about my
able-
state senate. It's a national emergency that affects the entire nation. Why am I paying
I'm trying
taxes
to
to
answer
them?
your question. Your state senate and assembly should be able to pass a bill that is, well, maybe there's not enough time. The state senate and the assembly can give their powers over to the executive branch, a la your governor or your mayor or whoever. Okay, but the senate and assembly should be able to put together a plan very quickly and represent.
No,
their
I just asked a very
constituents
basic
in a
fucking.
way.
I don't care about all this big brain legalese shit. I'm not asking that. I'm asking why is it that the government, that the federal government, that is designed to protect the
Federal
nation, doesn't address an issue that affects the entire nation?
Federal
What sense does that
government
make?
Healthcare is nowhere in the Constitution.
I don't
They-
care about what the
If they
Constitution.
want-
Like, let me put
John,
no for the
they should
purposes.
petition
No, I'm going
the
to be.
Senate and Congress to pass an amendment that the federal government has to ensure the public health of the people of the United States. It's not in there. It doesn't exist.
I'm not,
Not in the
asking.
Constitution.
I'm not asking what the law is or isn't in this case. In this case, I'm asking why is it that we have a government at all if they're not going to do shit in a national emergency?
They can. The president can.
I'm
dispatch
not
an
asking what the
guard.
law is. This
No,
is not
I'm
a
telling you
legal
what-
question.
I'm telling you what the president can do. The president can dispatch.
I'm not
an
asking what the
guard.
president can do.
The president dispatched hospital ships, like to New York City. He dispatched hospital ships.
I'm not
to
asking
give
that.
relief to the state government. This is what he can do. This is how he.
If
can
the federal
respond.
government does not have the tools at his disposal to handle a national emergency, what good is it?
that is his tools. Those are his tools.
Okay,
This
here's
is what
here's a
he
better
can do.
tool.
He can't
Um,
invent tools. He
here's a
already
be-
has tools, and he can.
The
use
whole
them,
the
like
what do you think the
National
government
Guard.
is? You think the government was divined by God?
He can dispatch the military.
The whole
He can-
government is rules that we set forth and we put into
Yes.
praxis. So then the question
Yes.
becomes, why is it not the case that the federal government can't simply pass mandates that would reduce
Why
the spread of
can't the
COVID?
federal government just make up its own rules? Is that what you're asking me? Because
Very basic
that's
shit, yes.
forbidden by our constitution.
No, we already went through the constitutional
It-
debate. You don't know what you're talking about when it comes to that, so I'm not interested in having that argument with someone who doesn't know the law. Why is it that, what good is the government if it doesn't actually
Doesn't know the
address...
law. I proved exactly what I said. To
No, you didn't
about-
prove shit. I disproved everything you said about how the law works in that case. Like, you don't know what you're talking about when it comes to the Constitution. Don't pretend you do. So the question then becomes, what good is the government if it's not going to have mandates that actually enforce policies that actually combat COVID like all the other nations do? Why are we so behind all those
it's
other
up
nations
to
when it
the-
comes to
it's
actually
up to the-
addressing this?
It's up to the individual state.
I don't...
Period. End.
Okay,
If you
so basically, you want to
and
put...
You live in whatever state that you live
That
in.
doesn't work. That doesn't work, though. It's because the way that
Works
COVID's...
just fine.
Oh, no, it doesn't. Because guess what? We live in a country that is a we live in a nation, not a
live in a
confederation.
republic,
Yeah, we don't live in a confederation. We live in a nation. And because of that, you have free access of travel that is also guaranteed by the Constitution. In addition to that, people can travel freely between states, which means that
Your state can
different
close
states
its
are going to have
borders.
different... No, state can't do that. It's not constitutionally allowed.
It all depends.
No, it doesn't depend. That is black and white law. They can't just close the borders. That's not possible. And it's not practical even. Like, it's
Okay.
And to clarify by possible, I mean possible under the Constitution. So if we're going to be like interpreting the Constitution in this manner
I
as
believe
you
the
are,
Department of Health per state can quarantine people. I believe
they can
that's in their
quarantine people, but
jurisdiction.
quarantine, yeah, and the federal government can quarantine people as they did with the Spanish influenza. But and so
it's not really their it's up to the state. It's up to the Department of Health.
in a national emergency, okay, here's the thing. If
Yeah,
I was
I mean,
to
the
like, here's the
federal
thing.
government
If
could
you were
take
right in your
people
interpretation, here's the thing. If you were right in your interpretation of the Constitution, we're fucked. It just doesn't work. It doesn't make any sense to have that because
Okay.
Because here's another question. Would you be giving these arguments if like the Black Death was to make a second comeback and affect like all of America?
Where
Like
would
if let's
I
just
make
say the
these
mortality rate
arguments?
was like, we'll spike it up to like 20%. It kills 1 in 5 people and it was spreading
Okay.
rapidly. Would you be like, well, Constitution forbids this?
Probably.
That's dumb. Like, I'm sorry, that's just so dumb. Like,
I mean, if it had a high,
I'm just glad you're wrong about.
I think most of the people who got infected would probably be dead at this point. Don't you think?
No, because it kills 1 in 5, not 4 in 5.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people would be dead at this
A
point.
lot of people, yeah.
I mean, if it kills 1 in 5 and the infection rate was incredible and we already had 10 million people infected, yeah, I think we'd be in serious trouble, John.
Yeah, so I agree. Your
basically
interpretation. I'm glad that the government does not actually work the way that you claim it does.
Usually high mortality diseases are usually self-limiting because of how many deaths they cause. And usually your immune system has a very strong
Well, that's besides the
reaction, so you
point.
have a
I'm
permanent
tired of
immunity.
my nation being behind everyone else and being another thing that other
That's why
countries
you
can go
don't
ahead
see,
and
like,
dunk on us
diseases
for.
like Ebola become global because so many people die or you're incredibly ill.
That's
and
great, but what I'm saying is that when it comes to
permanent,
this,
so you can't really spread it.
that's great. What I'm saying is that this disease
Well, I'm
is
answering your question.
okay. Go ahead. Go ahead. Finish your
I just
point.
answered your question. It's when you have a disease that has a high mortality rate, it's usually self-limiting. So this wouldn't really be an issue as much as something like COVID, which over 95% of people are perfectly healthy while they're infected with the disease.
No, that is complete bullshit. It's especially
You
with
could
the,
look it up in the CDC. I already told you were running to the CDC website every 5 seconds when you need to make a point.
yeah, but if I look up the CDC, it's going to contradict everything you said. We can just do that right now.
CDC,
How does
okay, CDC, asymptomatic?
how does it
individual.
affect? Let's see, COVID CDC. Okay,
Look it up.
Let me just
I
make sure-
love that
give
we're
me a
just
second.
going to. We've got to look up everything.
Well, yeah, I mean, like the CDC, the CDC doesn't agree with your method of like determining COVID deaths. So, and then you're using it as a source
Apparently not.
anyway. Let's see, COVID section symptoms.
Okay. Percentage of people that are asymptomatic. It gives projections.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. Like,
Infectiousness of asymptomatic individuals. Okay, so it gives a breakdown here. But it kind of confuses this by age. But we'll go from 20 to 49.
also, here's another question: why should all the people that are prone to being killed by this virus die because you don't want to put basic mandates that every other country around the world that lives in the first world
Well, they did,
has put
but
in
John,
place?
they did die. They're already dead.
Yeah, but a whole lot more are going to
Dead.
die because the cases keep on rising up and the number of
They're
deaths
dead,
keep on
and
rising
you know
up.
why they're dead? They're dead because the medical supplies that those people needed were taken by perfectly healthy people that weren't threatened by the virus.
No,
So,
that's not
Those
what
people
happened.
died because essential workers in nursing homes and hospitals couldn't get a mask.
Well, gee, who cut the
Because
CDC
you
budget by
had to get the
15% and ended the pandemic response program before any of this even hit any of this shit hit the fan?
I'm not talking about that.
Oh, you're not
That's-
talking about it because then the blame would squarely
I
fall on
don't
Trump.
I didn't even vote for Trump.
Who did you
I don't
vote for?
like Trump. I voted for Biden.
Oh,
I
Wow.
voted for Biden.
I'm surprised.
So you get that crazy bitch Kamala Harris in office after a year because Biden's going to croak.
I mean, I don't know about that.
That's
But even if that does happen, it's not a big
major
concern.
shit show now. But I was afraid that Trump was going to die and we were going to get Pence in office, and he scares me more than Kamala. So,
Yeah. Well, anyway, like the thing is though, like the United States has done a terrible job responding to this by any objective measure. Like saying that, oh, it is what it is, doesn't make any sense when all these other countries have handled it very, very well. South Korea, Australia, and New Zealand are 3 big examples of them handling it very well. And like the United States in the meantime is 4% of the global population, but 20% of the cases. And that's just terrible.
Yeah, because we actually test people. There are actual
okay, wait, no, please tell me you're not making the argument that because we test more people, we have more cases.
That's exactly my argument.
That's a dumb argument.
If you're not testing anybody, how do you know anybody's infected?
Hey, if we don't test them, we can just write the cases off and just say that, hey, that not that many people are infected.
That's what China did. I mean, China says, oh, well, we tested 10,000 people.
Fuck China. The examples I gave were South Korea, Australia, and New Zealand, and they did massive amounts of testing on a much wider scale. In fact, every first world nation did more testing than the United States did. Every country. So this argument you're making is wrong. It's false. It's not true.
Are completely separated.
We don't do more testing. No. I'm just going to stop you right there. We do not do more testing. The fact of the matter is, Trump has been delaying testing and has been not putting resources into testing so we can just make the coronavirus look less bad than it does.
It's up to the states to provide testing, not the federal government.
Federal power.
Why you think the president has any responsibility to any of this? The Department of Health in your state is responsible to.
The Department of Health is part. Like, hang on a second, I might be getting something wrong here.
The CDC only defines the guidelines. They have no even ability to enforce the guidelines.
Yeah,
you seem very confused.
The president does have emergency powers, though. They have used them in the past.
He has emergency powers in war. He has emergency powers in a natural disaster. Like
a natural disaster would include a virus, wouldn't it?
No.
Then why was the case that other presidents have used their powers of enforcement in response to Spanish influenza? Can you square that circle?
In Spanish influenza? Well, I don't know. I would say that was also probably.
Yeah, and also where's it in the Constitution the federal government doesn't have this power?
The mortality rate was also 20 times higher.
Great. So, given the deadly virus that's affecting a nation, we're able to use it. I'm not seeing like an arbitrary thing. Like, oh well, it depends. Only if it's like this much mortality rate are we allowed to do something.
Do you know what people actually die of from Spanish influenza? Dehydration.
Dehydration.
Yeah, that was the leading cause of death. Just like
yeah, I guess they should really lower the amount of deaths from influenza then.
No, what I'm saying to you is that we could treat that now with just saline. It's not that big a deal.
Well,
anymore.
It's not that big a
Modern
deal because
medicine. Why do less people? A lot of people used to die of the flu. Now the mortality rate of the flu is like 0.001%. Why is that?
Also, you actually bring up a good point here. We are able to deal with able to deal with known diseases much better than we are to deal with unknown diseases, such as coronavirus, and that's why
it's not really an unknown disease. It's a zoonotic virus that is new to human population, but the symptoms aren't. Like SARS is much more dangerous than COVID is.
No,
which
that's
is also
not
a
true.
Zoonotic virus from bats.
Coronavirus has killed. Coronavirus.
It's just. SARS is self-limiting because a lot of people die from SARS. Where people who get COVID are usually perfectly healthy. That's why they're able to spread it so
Wait. You realize a contradiction there? The fact that the COVID is able to spread more rapidly and infect more people and survive longer as a result of that.
It spreads more rapidly because the people with COVID aren't ill. They're out and about. They're
not following basic guidelines like wearing masks, and that's because guidelines don't work. We need mandates, and it shouldn't be a hodgepodge. Oh, we'll just get the states to do it. No, federal government should step in, pass a law or pass an executive order, and enforce it.
People don't know they have the flu, cold virus, stomach bugs. They're walking around with all of these diseases all the time. It's part of the the natural order of things.
No, I don't believe this.
Once you
This
start
idea that there's a
separating-
this is an arbitrary thing. When you go,
Once
when you have to
start
make an appeal.
separating people and breaking down our ability to create herd immunity to all these different diseases, it's going to cause a serious problem.
Well, firstly, herd immunity requires 2/3.
People need to be infected every year with these viruses. That's how it works. That's how all of this works.
Wait,
Or
so we
you
shouldn't
get a
fight back?
situation like
Hang on.
when
Hold the phone here. With this natural order argument, are you arguing that we shouldn't fight back against viruses and deadly diseases and stuff like that? We should just go ahead and let
Yeah.
people get sick and die?
we should let people need to get sick. That's how it works. Or else you get a situation like when we came here and the Native Americans got infected and they all died from basic diseases like smallpox, chickenpox, measles. It was because they had no immunity to any of these viruses. Normally you get chickenpox when you're a little kid and then you're immune to it the rest of your life. It's not a big deal. But when you start blocking off immunities to all of these viruses, you create an even bigger problem, is what I'm telling you. So everything needs to be balanced. That's the natural order of things. That's what herd immunity does for you, too.
Look, it's not like I hate saying this, but it's just like I'm not buying this argument that like.
I mean, it's not going to happen right away, but if we keep this up another year or so, we're going to start running into problems. Like I told you, the cold virus you only have an immunity to strains of the cold virus for 18 to 24 months.
Okay.
So
okay. I just want.
Immunity is going
no, but hang on. You're rambling now. You're going on to like 10 different points. I want to like address one specific point. When you say this is a natural order of things, is the implication with that we can't stop this or that we shouldn't stop this? Which is it?
I think that the initial quarantine was fine. At this point, it's in the general population. We should protect the vulnerable and not sink so much money into protecting people that are going to be perfectly healthy when they get infected with the virus. That's what I'm saying to you.
No. This doesn't make any. So basically, we can and should do it to a limited degree, but we should not.
Basically, things are going to run their course. That is the natural order of things.
What do you mean by that? Wait, what do you mean things have to run their natural order of course? By that logic, that we should have a government at all.
This virus is equivalent to the flu. We don't mandate.
Dude, you're not answering my question. Very simple. When you say the natural order of things, and I want a yes or no answer. If it's a little bit more nuanced than that, you can use it and you can explain it in a sentence. It doesn't have to go on a whole rant. When you say that the natural order of things has to run its course, do you mean that we cannot handle this or that we should not handle this?
I guess at this point, I think that we should start transitioning back to a normal lifestyle, is what I'm trying to say.
That's not answering the question, though. Like, is it cannot or should not? Like,
we can't do anything really about it anymore. I mean, there's nothing that we could really do without causing more problems. We should protect vulnerable population, and the general healthy population, we should start lifting restrictions.
Okay. Here's my problem with this. The top scientists and the experts that we're appealing to, that we go to, like the CDC and stuff like that, they prescribe we all wear masks and we practice like very basic things like social distancing. We have more contact tracing and other measures that don't come to the top of my head. And they're saying this in order to reduce deaths, not to like make it zero, because no one's going to be like idealistic enough to think that we could.
Well, they could do They could do all of those things without.
Okay.
Without shutting down businesses.
I mean, okay. So a shutdown, shutdown is controversial for a variety of reasons because there's a lot of factors.
I mean, the masks are ineffective. Cloth masks don't do anything.
No.
Okay, if you've ever worked in public health, which I don't think you have.
Okay, let me ask you this. Let me ask you a question.
Totally useless. A normal medical mask is soiled after seeing a patient. So the mask is worthless after like 10 minutes.
When you say it's soiled, what do you mean by that?
Around, it means that it's got things on it that are infectious to other people within immediately as soon as you're exposed to another person.
Okay, I see your
people
confusion on
running
this
around
point.
with
What do you
these
think the
masks on
cloth
the
mask?
mirror-
Hang on. What do you think
Well,
the
a cloth
purpose?
mask doesn't have any efficacy. A cloth
What
mask
do you
doesn't
think?
prevent
What
droplets.
do you believe the cloth mask is doing, and why do you think that these experts are recommending the cloth mask?
Why are they recommending a cloth? First of all, a cloth mask has no efficacy. It doesn't prevent droplets. If you were, let's say, get some flour, put on a cloth mask, get some flour, and just breathe in the flour will go immediately through the cloth mask. It doesn't do anything. What they're saying is it'll prevent droplets from escaping from you. It'll absorb a certain amount of droplets, like 50%. So it will lower the range of transmission from you by maybe a foot or two.
Mm-hmm. And if someone else is also wearing a mask,
cloth mask doesn't prevent you at all from getting infected.
It
really doesn't prevent you from infecting anybody else.
Do you believe?
Unless you're
Do you believe?
within,
You claim
you'd just
that
be better off just staying away from people. You'd just be better off keeping your distance from somebody. The cloth mask isn't really doing anything.
So here's the thing. It seems that to me that you did a little bit more research than most people that argue this, and it seems to me that you actually got that correct. It does reduce the amount of droplets and phlegm and other stuff that comes from your mouth into the cloth mask.
But it's 50%. When we're talking about billions, every time you exhale, you're expelling billions of droplets. 50% of
Great.
that.
Here's the thing. There's another part to that. And I want to, I don't really have to bring this up, but I probably should, just to be clear. Firstly, yes, you're right. It reduces like the droplets by 50%. So there's 50% chance that that other people will get it. And on top of that, if they're also wearing masks, it reduces their odds of getting it by about 50%, making it a total of 25.
It doesn't reduce your odds of getting it 50%.
Yeah, it does.
It reduces your droplet transmission 50%. So let's say every time you exhale, you exhale 2 billion droplets.
Okay, I've heard differently that
1 billion droplets.
I've read
still 1 billion droplets. I mean, it's you only need probably about a viral load of maybe, I don't know.
You're kind of missing the forest between the trees. Like the cloth mask covering your face does reduce droplets hitting your face if you're wearing it to protect yourself. So it does reduce it as well. Maybe it's not 50 by 25%.
It's not. It's the odds of a cloth mask. The protection a cloth mask gives you, it lowers probably your rate of infection probably by about 10%. It wouldn't be significant.
Okay,
it's lowering your.
Okay, I don't want to argue the exact percentages of what it reduces by. I don't believe you when you say it's 10%, but I'll give you 10%.
Even a normal medical mask that you
I will give you
surgery or in
10% for sake of argument, rather than me and you autistically argue about this or looking things up constantly. I will give you 10% for sake of argument.
Yeah, I mean,
isn't 10% reduction greater than 0%?
I suppose, or you could just.
And you also said previously
that's 100%.
You also said previously that the masks do nothing when clearly it does at least 10% reduction of COVID spread.
It doesn't really significantly when you're
10%. If we can go ahead
getting into viral loaded infection rate and the amount of droplets that you actually need to ingest, it's not statistically significant.
If it's 10% is a huge significant factor. If we can reduce the infection rate right now by 10% by everyone wearing masks, that is great. So my question to you is then,
there you go.
Why is it the case that we cannot do a mandate to have everyone wear masks and limit the spread?
Well, they're doing it. Each state is responsible for that.
Why can't it be done top down, federal government, all the states require it?
Because I've already explained it to you.
Other than constitutional bullshit, what's the reason?
Other than rights guaranteed to the government by the people?
Yeah, fuck all that. That's not the point of my question. Other than ignoring the constitutional bullshit, which we've already established you don't know constitutional law, so I don't care about your opinion on it. Other than constitutional bullshit, what's to stop the federal government from enforcing mandates? And let's just assume that everyone just goes along with it.
What's to stop them?
What? No.
Besides
What?
the Constitution?
Why can we not do this?
The American people?
No. Fuck your interpretation of the Constitution. It's just not correct. It's not accurate. The government can absolutely mandate this stuff.
The 10th Amendment?
No, the 10th Amendment doesn't give. No, the 10th Amendment doesn't do what you think it does. Again, you could take the 10th Amendment out of the. No, you're right. No, because if you actually read. Yeah, it is.
The Constitution is irrelevant.
Like, if we
Okay.
actually go ahead and read the 10th Amendment, all it says is that the rights that are not that.
Why wouldn't the president? Why hasn't the
My
president-
question to you is not about whether or not we can legally or illegally do this. My question to you is, why is it not effective as a measurement that the government would do in order to get everyone to wear
The
masks?
government doesn't have the infrastructure to do that. The federal
Yeah.
government doesn't have the infrastructure to mandate masks for every state, and
We have so many cloth masks that we can just hand out to all the American people at this point that we are oversupplied in masks. So that's wrong. So why not mandate that if you're going to
states
public
can do
areas,
that.
you wear masks?
it
No,
is
I don't
mandated.
care about your interpretation of constitutional law. There's no
It
basis
is
for it.
ma-
You
John,
can't just say
it's
my 10th
mandated
Amendment
by
and
the
then.
state. It's mandated. I don't know of.
Okay,
what
here's the
state
thing.
it's
Here's the
mandated.
thing. The Congress has
I
the
think
power
it's
to pass
mandated
laws on
in
the entire
the
federal.
state.
No. I think you're confused about how federal laws work because the federal government can absolutely pass laws on just about whatever it wants.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, this has been upheld by the Supreme Court time and time again. You can go ahead and read the 10th Amendment and see how it actually applies, and then you can come back to me on that. So, my question to you is ignoring your interpretation, your opinions about.
So your argument is we should just ignore the Constitution. And
No, my argument is not we should ignore my Constitution. My argument is your interpretation of the Constitution is wrong, and also your philosophy on we should just let it spread and just let go back to normalcy.
My philosophy is it's up to the state.
No. You told me that your no, I'm not talking about that. You brought up a point earlier about the national order of things demands that we don't take any measures.
You mean on my personal opinion on the virus? Yeah.
Yeah, that's also wrong. I'm arguing that personal opinion of yours is wrong, and also your interpretation of the
most
Constitution is
people-
wrong.
I mean, most people would say they want to be protected from the virus, so it's up to the state to.
And I say that it's a national emergency. The federal government should absolutely put its boot
It's
down,
not
and
done.
your interpretation of the Constitution is
Not
bullshit.
a national emergency. There's been no evasion. There's been no.
It's been
invasion.
declared a national emergency. Your common pleb opinion about that does not matter one iota. I'm
There's been
stating
no
it.
invasion.
I am stating
There's
it.
been
I'm not
no
arguing
natural
it.
Disaster that's caused destruction.
Great.
Problem.
Argue with the federal government about that. In the meantime, it's national emergency because the federal government says so.
Because you've declared it a national.
No, the
emergency.
government
Doesn't
declared it
meet
so.
the criteria.
To
government
you,
has
to
labeled
you,
it a
in your
pandemic.
opinion, to you, in your opinion, it does not matter.
The president can deploy the National Guard wherever he wants.
Okay, great. If the president has that much power,
That's his ability, John. He doesn't have the right to mandate masks. He can deploy the National Guard.
what do you mean he doesn't
or
have the right to
military.
mandate masks? What are you talking about? What right enumerated or
have the
unenumerated? No.
authority.
I want you to be specific about this. What right is guaranteed to the people that we can't put a mask mandate? What right is that exactly?
No, I'm saying the president.
What
doesn't
right
have the
is
authority.
it that the people have that
The
says they
people
can't be
can say
mandated to wear
whatever they
masks?
want for legislation
I
in their
asked a
state,
question.
not on the
I know.
federal government.
No. I asked a direct question. What right
Yeah.
do the people or the states possess, as the 10th Amendment says, that the federal government can't enforce people to wear masks?
The 10th Amendment guarantees them powers.
I'm going to
everything
read you the
outside of
10th
what's
Amendment.
defined in the
I'm going to
Constitution.
read you the 10th Amendment right now.
Whatever powers are not defined in the Constitution by the federal to
The
be
powers
federal
not
government,
delegated to the United States
Yeah.
by the Constitution nor prohibited by it to the
Exactly.
states are reserved to the states respectively or to the people. So,
And what is missing from the Constitution? Healthcare, which goes directly to the states.
yeah, but
There's
the
no
states have.
healthcare in the
But
federal
I know for a fact the federal government does have the power to to address national emergencies and health. That's why we have the CDC, dude, and that's why we have the FDA.
The CDC is an advisory commission. The CDC has no power to enforce anything.
Okay, how do you explain the FDA then? How do you explain FDA? How do you explain FDA regulations?
FDA is completely different than the CDC.
The Food and Drug Administration has nothing to do with health. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, but it has nothing to do with the CDC. They're two totally.
But you're arguing that the FDA, that the government, the federal government, does not have the power to do that because it's not in the Constitution. Yet the FDA exists.
The FDA,
The
is
Food and
covered
Drug
under-
Administration.
The FDA is covered under fish and wildlife. Game,
Okay.
wildlife, food. It all has to do with interstate trade. You have to establish a standard for interstate trade. That's why the FDA exists.
Yeah. Well, here's
That's under federal jurisdiction.
okay.
It's something
Here's the thing.
completely different.
Did
than
the government
healthcare.
declare this a national emergency? Yes or no?
I suppose they did.
Yes, they 100% did. So as it is a national emergency, and the government does have the power to go ahead and regulate national emergencies, such as natural disasters, like a virus would be, because it's a natural disaster. Why would they have no power? That is the power they have to make the mandate.
What authorities does the president have under a national emergency? The National Guard.
That isn't the only exclusive powers he has.
The National Guard in the military.
Like, look, I know
he could give aid money to specific states that are affected. He doesn't have any authority to mandate masks.
Look, your interpretation of how the Constitution works is not something I'm going to be arguing with all day. You've already shown you don't know how the Constitution works. You already got the ACA stuff wrong. And frankly, I don't have the patience to be arguing with this.
I didn't get the ACA stuff wrong. You just didn't know what the hell I was talking about, and I explained it to you.
Okay, you argued that a court ruling appealed. Okay, I'm not having this argument again. People can go back and listen to it.
It was appealed in Texas. I thought you knew what I was talking about, but you had.
You said the Supreme Court appealed it. You said the Supreme Court appealed it.
The Texas Supreme Court appealed it, and it was appealed, and it went back to the Supreme Court. I kept saying it was appealed, and you kept telling me that there's no way to appeal a Supreme Court case.
No, there isn't.
I explained to you. Well, it was appealed, John.
Well, that's why they sent it to the Supreme Court, because the Supreme Court has to make a decision on it.
It was officially appealed in the state of Texas.
You already said that you were wrong about this, so why are we still arguing about this anyway?
Was it wrong? I just didn't understand what you were talking about.
Okay, here's the thing. I don't care what the Constitution says when it comes to a virus, because if the Constitution is not going to allow the federal government to do what it has to do to stop it, then shred it up, it's useless, burn it at that point. That's my argument to that.
Burn the Constitution. John Michael Kelly wants to burn the Constitution.
That's not what I said. I said, what I said was,
the Constitution is worthless.
I said dude, you're doing that thing where I make a particular, very focused statement, and you just take it into a general statement.
I'm trying to.
No, you're misconstruing this deliberately. We know what you're doing. We can see through it. It's you're misconstruing what I said to say John Kelly wants to burn the Constitution.
I love arguing
when I said that if the Constitution does not allow the government to handle a national emergency like a virus, like a deadly virus that is sweeping the nation and causing record number of deaths and infections of it, then it's useless. Burn it. At that point, yeah, it is absolutely useless. Which is why it's a good thing that you're interpreting.
That's the craziest thing I've ever heard in my entire life.
It's ridiculous that the government should be able to protect its citizens. That's the fucking most retarded thing I've heard.
The government can protect its citizens.
Wait. The government can't protect its citizens? Why do we have a military? Why do we have federal law enforcement?
It's very capable of protecting its citizens.
Great. Then it should also protect it against diseases as well. And if it doesn't allow that, then tough shit. That's how we're going to deal with it.
Individual states can mandate laws.
This is autistic. I don't care about most states' rights.
Has no say.
Look, here's the thing. I don't care for most states. No. Fuck states' rights. Here's my hot take. States' rights don't fucking matter. What matters is protecting the citizens, and this autistic argument that states' rights are more important than the rights of the people to not die of a disease is more.
Why do we even have states in this country?
We have states. No, I'm not in favor of getting rid. No, we have states. No, we don't have states so that way people can have bad policies which affect all. No, we don't have states so that way everyone can die of ridiculous record numbers compared to any other country in the world.
Why do we have the states? Why do we have individual states? Why do we have 50 states?
We do not. Okay, I'm going to help you out. We allow the federal government to take over certain things on a national level does not invalidate having states.
So then, okay.
We allow them to have their own jurisdictions for other reasons.
For what other reasons?
So that those people in those areas can regulate.
What is the official reason?
I'm going to state it. Please do not interrupt when I state this, because I know you can get a good gotcha in there if you interrupt me. So I just want to finish my sentence before you get interrupted.
Go ahead. I won't. I promise I won't.
Okay. We have states so that way the people of those jurisdictions can legislate, pass laws, enforce those laws within their jurisdiction under the federal government.
Okay.
That's why we have states. That's
what
the
you
basic
think
answer I can give. I guess I could go through the historical context for all this and stuff like that, but that's the basic answer I can give because I don't want to be arguing all night. I mean, this has been fun, but like
I've had a lot of fun. I totally actually forgot this was even a stream. I was just arguing back and forth with you. I thought that it was just you and me for like an hour.
Yeah, it's fine. Like, honestly, like, I think you're wrong in a lot of aspects, like, but you don't really strike me as terribly dishonest, to be honest, overall.
I'm not being terribly dishonest. I just believe in the 10th Amendment.
I don't know, man. I mean, like, there are certain points there are certain points where I have to question.
In the Constitution.
Look,
I mean, it's just not.
Look, I'm just going to have to say that I don't agree with your interpretation of the Constitution. I mean, I wish
what don't you agree with? I don't even understand.
I don't agree with this idea that the federal government has no say in healthcare. That's my
I mean, why don't we just make a one world government and then one government can decide what's best for all of its citizens?
Well, there's a lot of problems with that because currently, like, I mean, with the Saudi, like, for extreme...
That's what you're suggesting.
No, I'm not suggesting that. Like, I'm not in favor of a one world government. No. Like,
why can't one health organization just protect all the citizens in the world?
Well, actually, we have an organization like that, but it's balanced out by various other powers. It's called the World Health Organization. So
who doesn't have any jurisdiction over anyone? It's also an advisory committee.
Okay, well, let me rephrase that then. We have something close to that called the World Health Organization.
Right.
Yeah.
And how useful were they in this battle with COVID?
I don't know. I hear
it wasn't a big deal.
I hear conflicting
reports. It wasn't China's fault. China really didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah, I'd have to look it up because I wasn't paying attention to what the WHO was doing.
Didn't they tell us not to close our borders to China?
Okay, look, on the WHO question, I'm going to leave it like this. I've heard various rumors. I'm a guy who likes to research things and such. I'm just going to have to look that up because the WHO may have screwed the pooch on this one, or it might be exaggerated claims. I'm just going to have to research it to find out what this case is.
Okay.
Yeah. But anyway, it was great having you on. It's just that, like, I
got to really piss now, too. So
yeah, okay.
I got to go.
Yeah, if you want to come on again, just ask. But, like...
all right, it was fun. It was fun, John.
All right, you have a good night.
All right, see.
All right. That was something. I didn't expect the stream to go in that direction. But I do like having guests on. I do like having people on to, like, I do like having people on, and I do like, you know, having them argue and make their case. I don't like having a hug box, and if people disagree with me, they are free to come on. So, with that said, like, if anyone else wants to come on, let's see, what time is it? Wow, we went for a while with this. I want to do, like, a stream of, like, just playing memes in celebration of Biden winning the presidency. So, oh, man. All right. But I don't know. Okay, yeah, actually, I am gonna finish that. Alright, I'm gonna play a few memes I want to share. But I'm just trying to figure out which ones would be best first. So give me one quick moment. And I will get to that. All right. Let's see. Okay. Let me just re-chat for a little bit, because, let's see. Trump should have enacted martial law and mobilized the military, according to John. No, I don't agree with that. What are you talking about? Let's see. Trump should have unleashed right-wing death squads on rioters. Hot take. I don't agree with that. Let's see. John is an extraordinary researcher, always finds the most accurate info, and is always highly informed. I try to be. I don't always succeed in that. I have my limitations. Everyone does. But I at least try to, like, get accurate intel and stuff like that, rather than just making up my own fantasy version of reality like so many other people do. Let's see. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. I'm going to do a little test here. I'm going to see how the audience in this particular case responds to this. Here's something interesting and a little bit concerning depending on your disposition, but I guess it's mostly cringy. But then again, let's see. Yeah, let's play that. All right. So it turns out that Baked Alaska and Catboy Cammy are like making the rounds again. And it seems like, I don't know. I want to see what how this audience reacts to this, because this could be taken in so many different ways, and I just have to share it because it's just kind of like, let's just watch this.
Take off your mask. We have been cheated over and over and over. Go ahead. My brothers and sisters, in these uncertain times, we must remember family comes from the blood that courses through our veins. For centuries, parasites have poisoned our minds with the lie that our enemies are our brothers with different labels, but our enemies manufactured both. These rats in human disguise and their puppets revel in watching us kill ourselves. We will not fall for their evil tricks again. We will not fall for the lies of the Jews this time. This time, we know our war is with them. USA! 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 USA!
Okay, so that is something. I can take this as one of two ways. But you know what? I'm just gonna give my gut reaction watching that all the way through. What the fuck do you say to that? Like, this is kind of like some really high tier, high level shit. At a certain point, this just stops being, okay, at what point does this stop being LARPing? At what point is this actually just flat out neo-Nazi fascistic shit, is what I have to ask. You have everything there. You have, it's about the blood of the people. It's about appeals to the id of the in-group and like casting out everyone else as being like rats and miscreants, etc. And the thing is, he's like saying how it's all about the lies of the Jews in the media with more scapegoating and stuff like that. Like, this is the kind of person that I could see having like a lot of charisma and getting a lot of appeal if it wasn't for the fact of who was saying it, because Catboy Cammy is like a, you know, he's spurgy and he's not a credible person once you understand who he is. The thing, yeah. So I guess that's kind of like my kind of a little bit of an in-group reaction. Since when did John become a limp-wristed lefty? I'm not a limp-wristed lefty. It's just that I don't get this us versus them mentality people who are ultra-nationalist are pushing, other than to cause stark and strident disagreements. I'm still a conservative. I'm still right-wing. It's just that this kind of shit is just like, what the fuck? On the other hand, I guess I'll just go into the second one. This is spurgy as fuck. Like, let's just face it. They're upset over the election being lost. They're upset over, like, Biden winning the presidency, and they're, of course, looking for whatever they can to, like, they're looking for scapegoats to go ahead. I don't know, it's just kind of pathetic at the end of the day, because there's not going to be an uprising. There's not going to be marches in the streets. There's not going to be right-wing death squads. There's not going to be a civil war. None of that. And again, he became a liberal when he lost to Godwinson. No, I'm not a liberal. I don't like liberalism. I told you I'm a conservative. The thing is that I just don't know. I just had to share that. It's on one hand, it is entertaining because it's just fucking hilarious. This guy thinks that he's an actual revolutionary. He's acting like this. And yeah, nobody really did clap at that. No one's like being receptive to it. And he's like getting on stage and shouting this stuff. Like, I have a feeling that many of these YouTubers and grifters and stuff like that would be really better suited in some kind of like stage play performance or something like that. I could see him doing some kind of play, doing something like that. And after all, we know which way he swings, so he'd also fit in that community. I'm just saying. So yeah, that's something. I mean, you want to go full 1488 there, Cameo? Okay, yeah. So take that as you will. Like, I'm not terribly concerned by it, but yeah, it's just it's something. In addition to that, there's been this account that I've been really enjoying called Coping MAGA. It's been posting all these memes that are like, I don't know. It's just really great. I'm not going to play them all because I thought I'd just be doing this all night. But I'll play a couple of them and before I close out. So if you have anything you want to show me, like coping memes or whatever, then just like shoot me a couple DMs and I might play them before I close out the stream. Okay, so is this the one I wanted? No, that's not it. There's one in particular. Let me go ahead and bring that up real quick. Just so we have that. I'm going to go back to default. Okay. Just give me a quick second and I'll bring that up. All right. Hang on a second. All right, someone's actually got something for me. I think I might actually play it. Let me see. JMK is a lefty, so no, I am not left wing at all. I'm actually like very, very conservative on a lot of issues. I guess maybe on some issues I'm a bit more lax on than I was a few years ago. Like for example, the healthcare issue I'm not really seeing as like a major. Here's the thing: when it comes to healthcare, it might be better if we privatize everything, but at the same time, though, everyone seems to want to go for a socialized healthcare system of some kind where the government subsidizes the healthcare market. I'm not in favor of eliminating the private healthcare market at all. I want to keep that. But at the same time, though, if both the Republicans and the Democrats are saying, yeah, guys, we need good healthcare for people. We need to make sure it's really good quality healthcare, and we're going to have those insurances, and we're going to protect those with pre-existing conditions. Well, you may as well do it right. And a public option doesn't seem like it would be the worst thing in the world. And besides that, although I prefer like it like and there might be some logistical issues in having a completely privatized healthcare system as well. And again, in a lot of issues, it's kind of like I'm not going to get into like every single political position of mine, but yeah. But no, I'm not. It's not John Kelly is now a left-wing cock. It's a case of where John Kelly is just not going to be like rah rah go Trump. All this Trumpism is so dumb. And yeah, the thing is when you compare the two candidates running for office, again, Trump just wins. Sorry, not Trump. Biden wins on qualifications alone, which is why I voted for him in the first place. All right, I know there was one particular meme that I had that I wanted to play. I'm gonna like play this as much as I can. Hang on a minute. Let me play this one meme actually before I do that. All right, let me just load this one program up. Hang on, let me read chat in the meantime while I get that set up. All right, give me a moment. Let's see. All right. Let's see. Magnum Copus wants to join the call. All right. Let me think. While I bring this guy in. I think I know who this is, but let me see if he wants. Let me see what he has to say. Hello? Hello? You're on the air.
Tell me, you voted for Biden?
100%.
Why? And you call yourself very right wing?
Yeah, because here's the thing. Do I want someone that's incompetent to lead my nation, or do I want someone that's actually has a possibility of doing the job right?
You actually believe that Joe Biden is competent?
Yeah, 100%. Why would you not? Why would you believe that otherwise? Is it because of the dementia meme?
I mean, have you seen the man speak?
I've seen
Yeah,
the man.
he is absolutely mentally deficient compared to where he was about fucking 10 years ago. Yeah, even through the entire Obama presidency. Yeah, the last 4 years have been fucking rough on Biden. First of all. Second of all, are you just cool with the entire political machine operating as it was? People just making money off the backs of the American people?
You're gonna have to wait. You're gonna have to be more specific than that. Like, I don't understand what you mean by that.
How do you think Joe Biden has made his millions upon millions upon millions of dollars?
If this is a conspiracy about him having trade agreements with his son Hunter Biden, like, is that what you're getting at?
I'm asking you, how do you think he has made his money?
Okay, that's honestly a good question. I probably should have done more research into that, but you tell me. What do you what is the reason?
By making deals with companies for leverage of his power.
So, through lobbyists and stuff like that?
Through different corporations that are paying him, lobbyists, Chinese corporations.
Okay,
have you looked into that so-called conspiracy
if the
theory,
allegation
John?
is that Biden is lining his pockets through government means and lobbying and stuff like that, if that's the allegation, I could just take your word for it, and he still beats Trump because Trump does the same fucking thing. Let's be real here.
How?
When he goes his government excursions, he goes about and he gives his own company money. Trump, whenever he goes on like visits around the country, he gives his Secret Service, hey, Secret Service, why don't you go into my nice little Trump hotel and we'll put that on the government's dime?
Didn't they stop that?
I don't think they did. And the fact that it happened at all is a bad thing. Not to mention all the patent deals that his daughter's been getting, like by using the political influence and all the cronyism going on with the Trump family right inside the White House. So if the accusation is that Biden is like has dirty money and is getting like all kinds of leverage and power and stuff, Trump is just directly funneling his own account through his activities. So like it becomes a wash.
It becomes a wash to be bought and paid for by China.
Well, maybe it would just be a wash if it wasn't also the fact that Trump himself as a criminal has done several things that people just want to sweep under the rug because, oh no, it's Trump. We need him. Oh, the fake news that the left has made up.
What has he done that's criminal?
Blackmailed a foreign official for one thing with the Ukraine scandal.
Oh, he
was impeached for. Yeah, he did. 100%.
He blackmailed a foreign official. That same foreign official that said that did not occur.
Oh yeah, if you're a victim of blackmail, you're going to go ahead and just like, I don't care if he's going to claim that he wasn't blackmailed. We know that people
wasn't held back.
It was held back, though. No, it was held back. It was 100% held back, and he referenced it in the email exchange. That if you read it, he directly references about how the money about the rockets and the missiles. And one of his psycho fans was on 60 Minutes and was like, caught on the spot by the quote being read directly to him. I didn't know how to answer that. Like, this is stuff that's been well documented. Like, people just want to dismiss.
60 Minutes is an honest program, right?
I don't like. I like. Why would if you want to believe that? Like,
you're saying why would 60 Minutes pull some dirty political bullshit?
I mean, like, you can use that cliche to like dismiss everything. It's kind of like.
Have you seen? Hold on. Let me ask you a quick question. Have you seen the side by side videos of the latest interview with Trump in 60 Minutes?
I've not seen side by side. Like okay, wait a minute. I did watch Trump's leaked tape that he released himself, and then I watched the 60 Minutes interview. How was that like poorly presented exactly? I didn't see anything really wrong with that.
They cut and edited the shit out of that to make it look like Trump was running from questions, not and they cut out certain parts that they did not want to air.
Did
that
you
went
watch?
against their?
I'm going to ask you. Did you watch Trump's full 45-minute drop of the tape?
Yes, I did.
Okay. I saw I could watch it again just to be sure because I don't want to be like unfairly critical of Trump, I guess. But I watched it and I saw that Trump did like a terrible job answering questions in that interview, in the full interview. And their sampling of that was not a poor reflection of what happened. Trump did dodge several questions. He did pivot on many, many issues like he always does. And he does it.
Like what? Give me a couple of examples.
Oh man, I can't remember off the top of my head, but from my recollection of that interview, yeah, it was fair the way they portrayed him. It
was absolutely not fair the way that they portrayed him. They cut him at several points. They cut several parts of his statement out, and cut back later when he was speaking to change basically what he said on multiple occasions. That's besides the point. They're obvious political hacks. If you have any trust in the media, John, you're a fucking fool. If you have any trust in any politician, you're a fucking fool.
Well, then who should I trust?
Trust your own fucking eyes. Go look at everything that you can find.
Okay, great.
Look at numbers. Look at statistics. Try to figure some shit out for yourself. Don't just listen to idiots babbling at you through a fucking screen. Okay. If you watch mainstream media and you take a single word that they're saying as any sort of fact, as any sort of anything legitimate, and not some sort of propaganda, you're a fucking fool.
Yeah, but by that logic, then any kind of then we shouldn't trust anything whatsoever. We should just all be in where it's all simulation. Nothing's real. Nothing's actually out there, and everything's just a lie. Like that's the logical extension of that. So like,
John, there's video footage, there's actual evidence that you can see for yourself. Like you saying, oh, this Biden conspiracy with China. Have you seen the fucking evidence? Have you heard the witness accounts?
I've actually.
Have you heard?
Yeah.
Have you heard the accounts from their business partner coming out and saying, yeah, that's complete bullshit. Biden knew all about this. I met with him in person on multiple occasions. He knew exactly what this was.
Story? Who's reporting the story?
Does it matter who's reporting the story?
100%,
There's an FBI
because it
investigation.
directly contradicts your point.
How does it
contradict my point? There's no FBI investigation of what you're talking about.
Yes, there is.
Where's the proof of that?
Let me look it up.
All right, sure. But where this came from was New York Post, which is a mainstream publication. So if we're not supposed to trust the mainstream media, like carte blanche, then we shouldn't just be like...
Don't blindly trust, John.
Mm-hmm. Well,
don't
you also
blindly trust anything.
Okay, great. Then you have to realize that when I look into scandals like this, that I don't just blindly trust this at all. Like, it's not like I just went to like the Ukraine scandals like, oh yeah, Trump definitely went ahead and did this, especially since I was supportive of him at the time. I went through like troves and troves of documents and stuff that was being reported on this stuff. I mean, like maybe you could point to various biases of mine. I'll give you that. But at the end of the day, it's like there was enough evidence to say that, yeah, this happened. And the fact that Trump like fired all the whistleblowers that spoke out against him, that should tell you something. And the fact that like he gave like all these different responses that made no sense, that doesn't actually address the allegation in play, that should also tell you something. Like,
hold on. Sorry.
Yeah.
Repeat what you just said.
Okay. Sorry. I'll repeat it. When I at the time when this Ukraine stuff came out, I was supportive of Trump. I'll grant you that like I've always had issues with Trump, but it wasn't like I was against him as I am now. And the thing is, I looked at this Ukraine scandal and I went ahead, I investigated, I looked into all the facts and the evidence of it. And it didn't, and Trump was like, oh no, nothing happened. And when it first broke out, then he drops the transcript of the call. You can read it. It's still out there. And it's very clear what was going on there. And you can find the key parts where he's talking about, because the Ukraine president called Trump about the aid money. And Trump's basically like, and like, I forget man, it's been so long since I last looked at this. But it's very clear if you actually go ahead and read it, what Trump is doing with that. And after he gets caught, after his transcript gets released and stuff like that, and they press the president, suddenly they get their aid money. It's almost like there was like it's almost like there was like the money was being held over the president's head, and like several people around who had worked for him directly under him had accused him of.
How many people accuse him of bullshit that were around him?
Yeah, and they're all liars, right?
False.
Which is why he fired all of them.
Proven false. Well, yeah, when you find out that you've got people that are working around you from previous administrations that are actively leaking the shit that's going on, actively spreading lies about you, all going as unidentified sources.
Do you really think that all the people that testified were all just liars because they all just got together and conspired against Trump? Like, do you think that, like, all the scandals he's been involved in, like several that I mentioned throughout the stream, was just all fake news that's all made up, and Trump's just the only good, innocent man in this whole
Did I ever say Trump was good and innocent? No.
So
there's a whole bunch of shit wrong with Trump.
Great. So when I call Trump, when I say that Trump blackmailed, when I say that Trump blackmailed a leader of a foreign nation, why is there any real disagreement over this anyway? Like, I don't get it. Like, you claim that you have
because you're saying you read the transcript of this call where it was very clear that he was holding this money over the Ukrainian president's head,
and there was like
for him to investigate the Bidens on their corruption with Ukraine.
Yeah, but that's such a big fake news story as like the evidence against Biden shows. Like, seriously, you have Giuliani going on national TV showing a screenshot of like, oh yeah, this proves that Hunter Biden was a pedophile, like more or less saying that, and just saying, oh, there's tons of like images of little children that I'm not going to show you, but it's totally out there.
There's a picture of Hunter Biden with his cock out with his niece in the room with him.
What?
His 14-year-old niece.
Wait, what the fuck? What are you talking about?
Yes, motherfucker. Yes.
Okay, firstly, don't share me any of that shit if you like.
I'm not. It's blurred out, first of all. But yes, that is out there.
I mean, if that's out,
there are text messages between Hunter Biden and his uncle, where his uncle's like, "Please call us. Please call us. Please reach out to us. We want to hear your side of the story. We believe this. We want to shut this bitch down and shove it down her fucking throat." And him referring to Hallie Biden, Beau Biden's widow, who Hunter Biden was in a relationship, who'd said that if Hunter comes near me again, comes near my family again, we are going to call the police. And these are text messages that Hunter was sending to other people in regards to Hunter being a risk to Hallie Biden's children.
Okay.
Because he walks around flapping his fucking dick around everywhere.
Hang on a second.
FaceTiming naked. Yes, and his family covered it the fuck up.
Okay, so real quick. Giuliani's on his ass about this, going all across the media and stuff like that, and he's going to all these media people. Why the fuck are they going on with vague illusions of things, presenting evidence that doesn't substantiate any of the stuff that you're talking about? Because if that shit exists, what you're saying is real.
I've seen the direct evidence.
Okay, great.
It's out there. Great. If you didn't bother to do the research to look into this, John, that's on you.
No, my question is, how do I even know any of that shit is real? How do I actually know what you're telling me at all is real? When, like, firstly, I'm not going to go ahead and look up pictures of, like, no, I'm not looking up illegal material, firstly.
Well, there's multiple sources of this exact same thing. Multiple people saying that this is the case.
Well, multiple people said that
Hunter Biden aside, let's talk about the corruption with Joe Biden directly being involved and how he says he has never had anything to do with his son's foreign businesses.
Okay.
Why the fuck is Hunter Biden making tens of millions of dollars a year for shit that he has no qualifications for? And then giving 10% of the cut to the big man, which is also referred to in other emails directly tying the big man to Joe Biden, and Bobulinski, their business partner, having in-person meetings with Biden and talking about their futures with the Biden name and how they can make fucking money off of it with working with Chinese companies.
Why was like
while he was the vice president of the United States?
What?
While he was the vice president of the United States, Joe Biden was working with people to set up business deals with Chinese companies to give him money for influence.
Okay, I'm not buying any of this. Like, this is really bizarre because I've read reports on this, and it's like all these different right-wing outlets that have every single reason to like hammer home these points and show the evidence. And here's the thing. Here's the reason I don't believe any of this bullshit. These accusations were coming from Giuliani, who contacted New York. Who did he go to?
Motherfucker, these accusations came from Tony Bobulinski.
Why the fuck didn't Bill Barr just go ahead and prosecute the Bidens then? What the fuck stops Bill Barr from going ahead? If everything you're saying is true, why isn't Bill Barr?
FBI investigation.
They are? Really?
Yes.
Why is any of this shit being leaked to the media?
Google search FBI investigation.
Why the fuck would Giuliani, who is a... Sorry, let me not do that. Okay. Why the fuck would Giuliani, who keep in mind is a prosecutor, so he knows his shit. He's not like a hackneyed politician that just like, does whatever. Or maybe he is in his old age. Maybe you can make that case. That might be actually a good case against this guy. But I'm not going to make that assumption because I've heard him make legal arguments that are rather cogent despite his demeanor on television in recent times. Why would Giuliani, who's
Giuliani
a career...
has nothing to do with Bobulinski.
Giuliani has everything to do about these accusations because...
Giuliani has nothing to do with Bobulinski.
I'm asking a specific question, and it does not make sense as to these accusations being credible. Why is it that Giuliani is writing to the media about an FBI investigation when...
We found out about the FBI investigation after this shit came out. The FBI was keeping their mouth shut.
Giuliani went to the New York Post, and he was the source for the media story that was released just a few weeks before the election. That's a fact.
Yes.
Why did Giuliani do this instead of just going to the AG? And Giuliani himself is saying that like he has access to this and that he has all this information and stuff like that. And why is he compromising federal investigations to lock up pedophiles, criminals, people who are committing fraud on an international scale? If everything you're saying is true, why not just lock up Biden like years ago?
Well, first of all, Giuliani has nothing to do with Tony Bobulinski. Nothing to do with Tony Bobulinski. Let me repeat that one more time. Nothing to do with Tony Bobulinski.
Sure.
Why would Giuliani do this? Because the FBI has had this laptop, this hard drive, since December of 19, and they hadn't done anything. And Joe Biden's in the middle of a presidential election.
Okay, so let me get this straight. Giuliani has this information, and he himself has said he had this information for as long as for months and months and months. If the FBI is not doing anything, why not just go to Bill Barr, who is like extremely what's the right word I want to use for this? He is very much by the books. Be as heavy-handed and as hard as possible on criminals and criminality. Especially against the president's enemies. Yeah, that's the part about this.
I don't know about that.
Also, here's another question.
Barr is not the attack dog that he was made out to be.
Why is if Trump is so incompetent that he can't get this pedophile Hunter Biden locked up when there's clear damning evidence against the guy?
Do you
fuck
want Trump to call the Secret Service and come slap cuffs on him? Or is that the FBI's job?
The Trump is in charge of both the FBI and the law enforcement. The buck stops at Trump. We can't give Trump a pass for him not locking up someone when there's such damning evidence against him.
Do you think Trump can order the director of the FBI to go arrest somebody?
Yeah, because otherwise he could just fire him like he did to Comey.
Well, he should fire him, and I think he was planning on it, or is planning on firing him.
Well, he should have done. Well, if what you're saying is true,
or would that? I thought you said Trump was an authoritarian.
Yeah,
so you want him to use his.
Yeah,
he's not overreaching his power.
Him not okay. There is a big difference between Trump and going ahead and doing the tactics that he did against Lafayette Square, against people who are protesting in a civil manner, versus Trump throwing the book at a pedophile. Two completely different things. Like, I'm not going to go ahead and say, oh no, Trump bad because he gets a child molester locked. For example, you don't hear me bitching about Trump enacting the death penalty. There might be some arguments for it or against it, whatever. But I'm not going to cry crocodile tears that like murderers and rapists of children are put to death. That's not the problem with Trump's authoritarianism. So if what you're saying is true about Hunter Biden, and by the way, there's no protections as far as there's no election interference with nailing Hunter Biden, because if he's like going ahead and sexually assaulting or whatever the fuck he was doing, as you described, to his niece, then absolutely Hunter Biden should get the book thrown at him. 100%. If that's like something that's confirmed, why the fuck isn't Trump just putting Hunter Biden away forever? Because he could easily have that done. He's the president. He has all the power and authority in the world. So forgive me if I'm skeptical of these claims that this is a thing.
John, your delusional take on presidential power is astounding. You're telling me that Trump can just tell the fucking FBI director to go arrest whoever he wants without a thorough investigation of what's going on?
Okay, so now you're saying that, okay. Why would there? But you can't.
I
But you came to me
that you're
saying
completely fucking retarded, but that is unbelievably
okay. So you're telling
delusional.
Okay, so it's delusional. Then why isn't he putting? So why isn't he telling Giuliani, "Shut up, we're investigating this," when Giuliani's running his mouth off to the media?
Because why the fuck not put it out there? The people deserve to know, don't they? Who they're
They
voting
deserve
for?
Okay, I don't think if Hunter Biden's niece is a victim of the stuff that the shit you're alleging, Hunter Biden's niece does not deserve a miscarriage of justice because some retard like Giuliani goes ahead and blabs his mouth off and gives Hunter Biden the perfect out to not get caught.
How is that giving him an out by releasing the information?
Because they could always, because you know how lawyers are, they're fucking corrupt and crooks. Like let's not play games here. They're hired to lie. Of course, they're going to come up with the best possible defense for this guy.
Yeah, no shit.
Yeah.
This happened years ago.
Yeah, so if that's the
case...
And
they got Hallie Biden to shut up. We're talking about one of the most powerful families in the world.
And also,
Biden.
If by the way, if the government itself is unsure that these allegations are true because they're still investigating it, isn't it a miscarriage of justice to go out with this information? Because you know that photos can be edited. You know that people do dirty shit to frame somebody. If there's a doubt that Hunter Biden did this, isn't this an injustice to him?
What, to Hunter Biden?
Yeah. What if that photo that you found was not real?
I didn't find the photo. Somebody else found it. They put it on the internet.
Gotcha.
Then they should be sued into the ground.
Okay. That being the case, shouldn't Giuliani therefore keep his mouth shut before going out with black PR? Since we don't know if the allegations are true or not.
If he found them on the fucking laptop, he handed that laptop over to the Delaware State Police.
Yeah. Another question.
Like a day or two after getting it, as soon as he fucking found it.
Another question. Giuliani is Trump's personal lawyer. He's not a law enforcement agent in his current capacity. How the fuck does he have access to all this information? That's under...
Somebody gave it to him directly.
Okay, someone gave it to him directly, and the FBI didn't, stop him from tampering with an investigation?
No, the FBI didn't come out and say that they were investigating it. I don't know what the fucking FBI is doing.
Well,
how did we get back to Giuliani?
Because Giuliani's the guy who's blabbing this out to the media. That's where all this stuff comes from.
Who gives a fuck about Giuliani, John? I'm talking about Biden. I'm talking about Tony Bobulinski.
Okay, Tony Bobulinski.
His ex-business partner that was handling the finances to funnel money to his pockets through Chinese corporations that are directly tied to the highest offices in China.
Okay, so what you're telling me is that there's a problem with Biden and his corrupt deals going on where he's making 10% off a Chinese company, right? That's the allegation?
Or he's getting a cut out of the business deals that Hunter Biden is doing with Chinese corporations, yes. Simply for influence.
Okay, so...
purely for influence. Like a lobbyist would pay a politician to give them favor in Congress or anywhere else.
Mm-hmm.
You know how this works, right? You give somebody money and they don't put sanctions on you. They behave favorably towards you because you paid them. How that works.
So
how politicians make their money.
Okay, so forgive me for not investigating every single allegation against Hunter Biden and his laptop from hell and all this other stuff. But given
this
that
doesn't even have to do with the laptop, John. I'm talking about Tony Bobulinski, Hunter's ex-business partner, who had met with Biden.
Okay, well, again,
with Joe Biden, and talked about how they're going to use their family name to make money.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but like, do you have like any sources or evidence you can like show to back up the
Tony Bobulinski? He's got emails on emails on emails.
Yeah,
and their other business partner that is in fucking jail, in prison for corruption. So Hunter Biden had two other business partners. They both got locked up, and Hunter got away scot-free for fucking some fraud. I forget.
Oh,
but they're locked up, and the dude flipped.
Okay,
because he said I was the fucking fall guy, and he gave somebody access to his Gmail account because he said I'm not fucking using it, and I think I'm the fall guy here.
Okay,
so I have access to it.
So
he gave them access to his email account.
Right. So this guy goes to Fox News, not like any kind of anti-corruption thing, not taking all that evidence of dirt and bringing it and just saying, hey, you know what? I want to make a deal. I want to come clean. Because obviously, if Biden's committed a crime, then that should be prosecuted. He's not going to the government about this. Instead, he's going to Fox News and rushing off to the news station to say, yeah, all this stuff happened. Which, with all the bullshit that goes on with that network, which is like a lot of bullshit, and a lot of other networks as well. Like, I mean, you could say I'm retarded all you want. And yeah, I've done dumb shit in the past, but it's like, but at the same time, it's like, you're going to like Fox News, you're taking all this stuff instead of like going to the proper authorities with it. Like,
he did an interview with Fox News after going to a proper authorities, John.
Okay, so he went to the proper authority
after being interviewed, after handing over all of the evidence.
Okay, so he hand over the evidence, and then he just goes to Fox News, and we're supposed to just believe everything he says.
Well, he's got evidence to back it up.
Did he show this evidence, or did he say he has it?
He showed some of it, yeah. He's shown emails.
Okay, so he's shown,
and he's handed it all over. What do you want him to? Wait a minute, John. Wait, are you telling me that you want him to leak this evidence that could?
Well,
enter an investigation, John.
Okay, so
is this what you're telling me, that you want to see this evidence that could?
No, you're twisting. You're twisting
federal investigation.
You're conflating two different things.
How?
Firstly, he shouldn't be going on. Firstly, he's already compromising the investigation by going on Fox News because he's talking because he's going to Fox News and blabbing his mouth off about all the details about this case. That makes it so much more easier for Biden to spin or cover it up or to discredit his character.
If he's got fucking evidence of direct corruption,
then show the evidence. Just show the fucking evidence then.
He did, John.
Okay, so the evidence, the text and emails he shows proves the 10% deal that happened. Is that it?
Yes. And more than that. And a whole shitload more that he gave to the DOJ. Let me double check who he handed his shit over to.
Was this corroborated with anyone? Like, evidence can be faked, right?
John, this happened like 3 weeks ago?
Yeah, right before the election. How convenient.
Have you heard? Do you know anything about this guy? You know anything about Bobulinski?
I was looking at the other allegations of Hunter Biden. There was just so much conspiracy shit that I figured that, like, hey, have
you heard the fucking voice, the recorded phone calls he's got with what's that other guy's name? There's so much shit. Hold on.
look, I'm not saying that Biden can do no wrong, or there's no skeletons in Biden's closet. It's just that, like, it's just that I'm not finding these claims credible. And again, it doesn't address the fact that if Hunter Biden is some weird, creepy pedophile, then yeah, hang him. Go ahead. Like, metaphorically or literally, don't care at that point. If he's doing like shit with his niece, fuck him. If Joe Biden is guilty of corruption, yeah, that's a legit issue to be concerned about. But even still, even if I was to believe in these claims of Bobulinski and go to the full extreme that you're saying, Trump's guilty of all this in spades already. So am I going to go ahead and say, oh, you know what? I got to take the high road on this one. I got to support the orange man and be enslaved to Donald Trump for another 4 years of his incompetency while he's going ahead and like fucking up with the pandemic. He's fucking up with the economy. He's bad with race relations, and he's just bad with everything.
Oh, I thought shit. He gained a lot of fucking black and Latino votes.
Great. That's great for his support that I was able to
bad with race relations, right?
Yeah, he is bad with race relations.
Who's the one that's bad with race relations? The fucking media or Trump? Who's the one that's stirring up all this fervor?
What do you mean by that? When you say the media's at fault for stirring up fervor? I mean,
yeah.
Can you give some examples of what you mean by that?
Do you think Trump's words alone would cause fucking race riots? Or do you think it's the media spin, the media fervor, 24/7 coverage of Orange Man bad, evil fucking racist?
I mean, he had firstly, a lot of times when people talk about quote unquote Orange Man bad, they're just using that as deflection from any and all criticism against Trump. Or
you said that, John. I was using it back against you, you fucking idiot.
Okay, and I mean, I'm just pointing out that nonetheless that like a lot of whatever.
Answer my question.
Who do I think's responsible?
Yes. You think Trump's words alone caused all this racial tension, all these fucking riots? I think BLM.
No, here's the thing.
Or do you think it was the media stirring up bullshit?
Do I think that Trump's rhetoric has emboldened certain white nationalists and other sorts of groups like that? Yeah, he absolutely has. He's just a guy who's in support.
Now we've got fucking Wignats running rampant in the streets.
Yeah,
Wignats are going around burning down our cities, right, John?
There's examples of them doing that. Yeah.
Just give me one fucking example of Wignats burning down a city, John.
Okay, Wignats doing Wignat shit. How about the
no? Wignats, give me an example of Wignats burning down a fucking city.
How about Wignats committing murder?
All right, give me an example of Wignats committing murder.
Okay, did you forget
one retarded kid ramming in the back of somebody's car after somebody pointed an assault rifle in his face?
That's one. Another one being the synagogue shooting, and another one that happened in California, and another one being the
Hey, which one that happened in California? You're talking about that dude on the subway?
Sorry, I made a mistake there. The mosque shooting was in California. And there was also a synagogue shooting in, where was it? It was Pittsburgh or Philadelphia.
Well, the synagogue shooting, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. And also the mosque, there was a mosque shooting.
Going in?
Yeah, that guy.
Well, the mosque shooting, are you talking about the one in...
it was in Southern California.
New Zealand?
No. There was a mosque shooting in Southern California, and it was motivated by racial hatred. And also, not to mention, Trump has been like a big proponent of the Confederate monuments and flags and keeping the names of the bases that way, which you might think, oh, that's a small issue. But the reality is, if you actually look at the Deep South, they're fucked up. Like I don't mean that in a bash Southerners way. I'm not. That's not my intent. I should clarify that. They have a fucked up system where they're teaching kids and people that grow up that the Confederacy had a valid claim to go to war with the North, and just completely rewriting history to kind of say, oh no, it's not really about slavery, and that it's all great and great peaches and roses. And they have these monuments dedicated to the Confederates down there who were traitors to the United States, and they did fight that, and they want to say, oh no, it wasn't about slavery, and just brush that aside.
Wait. How is this Trump's fault?
Because Trump has supported Confederate symbology, like saying that waving the Confederate flag, oh, that's their right to freedom of speech. When
Yeah, it is.
well, okay, yeah, you have a right to do. I'm not denying that is not technically untrue, but that's not. But
Is
that's
that not
a
part
deflection.
of American history?
It's a part of American history, but we don't celebrate losers who went ahead and fought against us and betrayed our nation. And we don't celebrate people who went ahead and fought to continue and perpetuate slavery during a time when we were like overcoming that. Like, I think it's generally like, forgive me for having a hot take on this issue, but I think we've come to an understanding that slavery, well, I know the left likes to like play the guilt card with that shit and stuff like that, but generally speaking, slavery was bad. It's not right to force someone to work under you without pay. And to force them in very brutal conditions. But a lot of people want to downplay that with the lost cause myth that isn't talked about a lot because it was like infusing kind of like the quote unquote culture war where it just shouldn't, and it was like, misconstrued as like Southern pride or whatever, when it was just about a bunch of like, when really the people who were pushing that shit was like the sons and the daughters of liberty, who were like saying, who were resurrecting those statues and stuff like that, decades and decades after the Civil War actually took place. And that's why when Trump says there were good people on both sides, people want to say, well, he also said accept the Nazis and white supremacists. Okay, even if I was to grant that, which, okay, how could you be a good person marching alongside Nazis? Like that's retarded, firstly. But even if I was to grant that, he was still defending this stupid neo-Confederate bullshit. That's also that needs to go. And I'm not trying to like vilify every single Southerner. I'm not even trying to vilify every single Southerner who was hoodwinked into believing this kind of bullshit because they grew up in their education system being taught these false narratives of alternative history and stuff like that.
Bro, I don't know what fucking education system you're talking about that's teaching the war of northern aggression in public schools or some shit.
It's being taught in public schools in the South, or it has been in the past at least. Like, we're talking like just under
how long ago?
Like 20 years ago, isn't that? I think it was like, oh man, I don't know. I don't. It could have been 10 to 20 years ago. But you laugh.
What does that have to do with Trump?
Because Trump has been in support of Confederate memorials and monuments and the Confederate flag. That's why.
Has he said that he is in support of that?
Yes.
Or has he said that that's
yes, he's argued
right
in
to
support.
be able to do that?
He has argued in support of keeping those Confederate
Or
statues.
Has he argued?
I am going to be clear
against tearing down historical monuments.
Okay. Firstly, those quote unquote historical monuments could have been put up as early as the 1970s, long after the Civil War ended. And that's not the 1870s, that's the 1970s, firstly. And secondly, he's been arguing that in defense of keeping those statues up because, like, quote-unquote historical reasons, which, no, they shouldn't be kept up. Like, the local community should decide, like, don't get me wrong, I don't want it to be like a federal top-down sort of thing.
John, a lot of times it wasn't local community deciding anything. It was mobs going down and tearing them down.
No, I'm not. Let me
be
clear.
You think that should be fine? You
no.
think that's acceptable?
Absolutely not. No.
A decision should be met amongst the local community. If the local community wants it there and a mob comes in and tears it down, are you pro that or against that?
I am going to make my position clear. I believe that the correct course of action to handle this issue is the local community should come together and say, that's not right, take it down. I think that's what they should do. However, it must be done in the proper manner, in the proper way. It should not be done by vigilante-style justice.
Was Trump saying that no, they shouldn't decide amongst their community that whether or not to take it down?
Trump literally argued that they should remain up because of their artistic value and made other dumb fuck arguments in defense of these Confederate statues.
I need a fucking citation, John.
I'd have to, you haven't, cited any of the Bobulinski stuff. I can't just find citations on the fly. And
just type in Tony Bobulinski into fucking Google and you will see everything that I'm talking about.
Okay. I mean, I could do that, but, I hang on a second. If you want a citation on that, I could try to look that up. I just don't want to, waste time looking up citations all night. Just not, conducive for this, but I'll look at what I can, but
you've been flip-flopping around all over the fucking place.
Give me a moment. Okay. trying to find a source, but I don't want to dismiss this like, oh, fake news. Which that's also another thing that I really don't like about Trump. Anything that's critical of him is automatically fake news. And whenever these same fake news organizations praise him, they goes, oh yeah, no, that's a good article. Have you noticed he does that?
Wait, what?
Have you noticed that Trump will shit on every single news network as fake news when they say bad things about him? But as soon as they say something nice, he flips the script and says, yeah, that's legit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fucking bullshit.
Okay.
Give me
Do
a
you think
moment.
that the media has been? Do you think that the media has been fair with Trump?
There has been instances where Trump has been unfair. This is true.
Oh, come the fuck on.
What do you mean, come the fuck on?
Come the fuck on, John. If you can even begin to slightly defend that, you're completely full of shit.
I mean, like, what do you want me to say? Like this, like most people don't even understand why the news is, what the problem with the news media is.
What do you think the problem with the news media is, John?
The main problem with the news media is that it's slanted towards a certain point of view, and it has like a bit of it has majoritarily in the media networks that called out, excluding Fox and like certain right wing outlets, there is a leftist bias. However, in being biased, what people misunderstand is that being biased doesn't mean you're wrong. Like, for example, Tucker Carlson went ahead to a crowd, told his audience, no, you're not getting it, because you can be biased and still be correct, can't you?
Yeah, you can.
Absolutely, yeah. So so generally speaking, news organizations are accurate. And in fact, most of the time when people say, oh, it's fake news and stuff, they don't actually cite examples in the news media telling specific lies. There's always this vague generalities like, oh, it's just the news media lying. Like, okay, so if you want me to defend Trump on something, on a news story that I think was bullshit, I could throw you a bone on that one. I don't think that the Atlantic story publishing the quotes about Trump saying that the military is full of suckers and losers at a very specific event that doesn't seem to match up the time frame. I don't think that they had journalistic integrity in that instance, reporting those anonymous sources. It doesn't make any sense, and there's several issues with that, and they should not have reported that without getting the names of the people. So that's an example.
Shit. John,
what
do you think that there was? How about the Russian collusion?
I mean, like, did you look into the 13 people Mueller indicted?
Yeah, most of them were for.
Yeah. Actually, that's the first 13 people was like the ambassadors that were like violating their agreements not to get involved with elections while they're creating sock accounts on Twitter and social media.
They were creating sock accounts on Twitter and social media.
They were spreading let me be very specific here. They agreed as part of their stay here to not get involved with our elections, and they were secretly getting involved in our elections. And they
creating sock accounts on social media.
Yeah, some of them got 100,000 subscribers on them.
And what does that have to do with Trump being a Russian puppet?
Like I as far as Trump being a Russian puppet, that was more of a meme that like leftists went off the handle on. That isn't actually
that was a meme that leftists went off the handle on.
Yeah, like
bro, that was a mainstream media push, and not just a push. It was like they fucking slammed it down everybody's throats.
Okay, I mean, like the thing is though. The fact of the matter is, several people in the Trump campaign were indicted for working with Russian agents and other agents and lying to cover it up actively. And then Trump had stepped in to like pardon and like try to get the cases removed.
Some people were indicted for lying under oath.
Yeah, 100%.
But not for being in collusion with the fucking Russians.
Even Michael Flynn?
I don't know.
Michael Flynn, the first guy Trump fired after a month of being in office because he was like working with talking to the Russians saying, yeah, we'll lift the sanctions off we're going to go ahead and lift some sanctions off them when it wasn't legal for him to do so.
Man, this shit happened so fucking long ago. I got to look back into it. Hold on.
Yeah. And this isn't even going into the things about like the way that Trump's been fucking up with this just this year with the with the pandemic, and the and also like how he's not he has no real plan to like and when I say he's not good with race relations, like what exactly is his plan with criminal justice reform other than being like besides the modicum of like that's not the right word, besides the First Step Act, which I'll give him credit where it's due. Yeah, First Step Act, not a bad idea. But when it comes to like criminal justice reform, what does he want to do? He wants to like not do much of anything. I mean, there comes a certain...
So Flynn pleaded guilty to making false statements about his interactions with Russia's then ambassador to the U.S. in weeks before President Donald Trump's inauguration. Flynn encouraged the Russian envoy Sergei Kislyak to resist escalating a sanctions battle with the outgoing Obama administration, which sought to punish Russia for interfering in the 2016 election. But Flynn told FBI agents that, as well as other Trump administration officials, the sanctions were not raised on the calls.
Yeah, and I believe that was part of a plea deal so he wouldn't get higher charges, if I recall correctly. It's been a while since I last looked into that as well. And also, there's the fact that Roger Stone, who's involved directly with the Trump campaign, was contacting the WikiLeaks account, which is also sowing and spraying the seeds of disinformation as well. And there's also the fact, there's also the fact that Trump fired Comey in a way for the reason to get him off of the Russia investigation, and he admitted this in an interview. And like, he got away with it. What can I say?
Well, you can fire him for whatever the fuck reason he wants.
Yeah, but he did that, like, generally speaking, yeah, but he did that specifically so Comey would stop looking into the Russian stuff. Like, why would he do that if there was nothing there?
Well, they did a fucking investigation on him. And what did they find?
They found stuff that was located in the Mueller report, but then Bill Barr, being Trump's wingman, stepped in and released an exculpatory report before that was released and didn't release all of the Mueller report. And we still don't have all of it to this day. And on top of that, the DOJ policy is that because this is not like the same as the Ken Starr investigation, which was a special prosecutor was appointed to look into Clinton by the Congress. I'm sorry if I'm rambling about the law a little bit too much. It's just, I know, like a little... Okay. Cut to the chase. Mueller, because this is an investigation being conducted at the Department of Justice, not a special appointed prosecutor by the Congress. Fuck, did I fuck that up? Alright, sorry. I'm just a little tired, so if I'm jumbling over my words, apologize for that. So take it from the top. Mueller was sanctioned by the DOJ to investigate Trump into the allegations of Russia interference, and also there was a third thing, but I forget it. But the two big ones were Russia interference and obstruction of justice. He took over these things. He indicted a whole bunch of people, and he also did as much of his report as possible and put it together to be released by the president. I think there was, and before this report was able to be released, Bill Barr stepped in, released his own exculpatory report on the thing. Exculpatory meaning like in defense of Trump, in order to try to soften the blow. And then when they quote unquote released the Mueller report, they didn't release all of it. And to this day, not all of it has been released, although various parts of it have been under like the Freedom of Information Act. Mueller could not indict Trump because it is the policy of the DOJ not to indict a sitting president. And that has to do with a disagreement with constitutional scholars over whether or not the president can be indicted, which some say yes, others say no. And so Mueller could not say that Trump is guilty. All he could say is that Trump is either not guilty or not guilty. So, of course, the Mueller report could not indict Trump because of the governmental policies and structures. Sorry if that was a bit of a ramble.
All right. Let's see here. All right. Well, Barr released the full redacted report,
which is kind of an oxymoron because like full and redacted, like.
Yeah, but if there's confidential information in there, there's confidential information.
Okay, well, the last I heard about that was that like the whole thing wasn't released, so I guess I'll have to look into that a little bit more closely if it's going to be like challenged on it. But like the fact of the matter is, like he just like
that's 450 pages. The full redacted.
Yeah, I mean, look, look,
I'm not about to fucking skim through that.
Like, look, I don't want to be like arguing over this all night. It's like really getting late, and like the stream wasn't really supposed to be about that, but I guess it became like that because I like arguing so much.
Well, all right. The reason we started talking about the Mueller report was because of the media's treatment of Trump.
Oh, right. Look, I'm not saying the media has been like fair 100.
All right, let's say relatively speaking, compared to Obama, how do you think they treated Trump?
I do think that the media's big mistake in their coverage of Trump was that they made an issue of every single little thing he said and did, ever. Like, oh no, Trump misspelled a tweet. That's a news item for a week now.
Yeah, do you think that's fair?
No, I don't.
Reporting?
I don't, like, I just want to be clear here. I don't think that's fair reporting. But at the same time, though, he is the president and should be able to take such scrutiny without, like, making himself out to be a victim of that. Because he can just ignore it. He doesn't have to be, like, constantly paying attention to it or constantly using his social media feed.
No, if everything that you're saying is being twisted and manipulated into spinning some sort of narrative against you, I think you're within your rights to say, yo, that's complete bullshit, and you know it.
I mean,
when Trump goes out and he says a joke and they take it seriously, like, oh my God, look at him. He said 12 more years. He's trying to take over the fucking government. Oh my God, he's a fascist.
I mean, like that's bullshit. Like that's an example where
that happens on a fucking daily basis.
I mean, like 2 points on that real quick. I don't even agree with the 22nd Amendment. So if he wants to like joke about running for a third term, I mean, if we could just repeal that thing, I'm not against that. But for
Jesus Christ, John, I don't care about your take on it. He never said he was. He never said he was.
Yeah, sure.
He said, if you guys say 12 more years, they'll really fucking hate that. And the crowd starts chanting 12 more years.
Okay, yeah, but I just wanted
to... So he trolled the fucking media into freaking out about 12 more years of President Trump.
Sure.
And they ran with it like it was a serious story.
Sure. However, I just want to make it clear that not everything and not even most things that the media has been critical of Trump on has been complete fabrications and lies. Like there have been some misreporting, there's been some unfair reporting, or maybe
there's been a shitload of misreporting and unfair reporting and manipulation and straight up propaganda and lies.
Yeah, but even if only 10, like even if I was to agree that only 10% of what they were saying is true, that 10% is still enough for me to say, fuck this guy. I'm tired of being like this simp for Trump or like being a slave to,
a simp. How are you a slave to Trump?
Because it's like, the only options we have is like, we gotta either, it's either, if it's gonna come down to the wire where it's like, we gotta keep on voting Trump to own the libs and to resist the left and the Democrats. Like, at what point do we say, okay, yeah, well, we're just gonna keep on having this guy in charge no matter what he does? And like these issues I'm bringing up are not nothing burgers.
What's the alternative, John? Are you pro gun rights?
I am pro gun rights, of course, but Trump has passed.
Have you seen what's on the fucking Biden website in regards to the Second Amendment?
I'm not concerned about that because in order for Biden to do anything about that, like he's not gonna. It's not gonna. Like here's the thing. It's not gonna happen because the Republicans have maintained the Senate and they've also gained seats in the House. Top of this, they've also have a bunch of conservative justices on the bench across America, like on various benches, not to mention Supreme Court. Biden's not going to be able to push through all the things he wants to push through because of this. He's going to have to work with Republicans if he wants to get anything done. So, yeah, when it comes to more extreme takes that Biden has that I definitely don't agree with, and there's many takes I don't agree with him on, like anything to do with social issues, I'm not in favor of what Biden's supporting. Like abortion, this statement about transgender kids, no, fuck that shit. But when it comes to when it comes to handling the pandemic, handling the economic issues.
All right, what would Biden do for the pandemic? Force you to wear a mask?
Mask mandates, increased contact tracing, increased testing, and other top-down measures, as opposed to no plan of action, just let the states do whatever.
So more testing?
Yeah, more testing.
Are we leading testing
like
by an incredible degree worldwide?
Look, the last I checked, we were not leading testing.
All right, we'll look it up right now.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I could check that. Like, I mean, I know the other guy brought up, but I thought we were behind on testing. If I'm wrong about that.
Hey, the last I checked, we were like twice fucking India.
Give me a moment. Let me look this up. Because Trump's response to this initially was incredibly weak because we were behind on testing for the longest time. If that changed, then, okay, great way to fix the problem like 6 months late. Viral test tells you if you have a current infection. An antibody test might tell you if you had a past infection.
And we were leading the curve on testing the entire fucking way.
No, that is not true. Trump was getting a massive flack for the lack of testing.
All right, do you want me to start reading off some numbers to you here?
I mean, sure. Like, what was the testing back in what was the testing back in May or April?
All right, I'll give you March 21st.
Okay.
U.S. number one in tests performed with 356,024. South Korea in second place with 311. Let's jump to April 25th. U.S. tests performed 5.74 million. Italy in second place with 1.7 million. Let's jump to May 30th. U.S. 18.45 million tests. Italy in second place with 3.82 million tests. Let's jump to July 1st. U.S. 38.25 million tests. India in second place with 8.83 million tests. Let's jump to August 15th. U.S. 77.13 million tests. India 28.56 million tests. Italy in third place with 7.5 million tests. Let's jump to September 20th. U.S. 107.93 million tests. India 63.66 million tests. Italy 10.43 million tests. Let's jump to today. U.S. 153.7 million tests. India 110.74 million tests. Italy in third place with 16.10 million tests.
Sure, just link me those numbers. Like, if I was wrong about that, then I'll just admit that I was wrong about that. But the fact of the matter is that Trump's early response to this was incredibly weak. Like that whole China exclusion, what was it? The travel ban on China that he keeps bragging about.
Yeah.
Did you know that thing had so many exceptions to it that 40,000 people from China immigrated to the U.S. despite that travel ban?
What exceptions were there to it?
In the XO, it's detailed in the XO. It's online somewhere. I can't pull up immediately though, but it's like for immediate family members, diplomats will obviously have to exclude those, I guess. But family members, friends of family members, like pretty much there was more exclusions than people actually getting banned. And
so you're saying like United States citizens that would have been stranded in China?
Yeah, the travel ban wasn't like a full ban. It was like a soft ban. Like there was
U.S. citizens not being able to come back into the fucking country in the middle of a pandemic.
Yeah, no. If you're gonna have the travel ban, it doesn't make any sense to let them back in for the time being. like just say, no, we can't let you back in right now. It's not like we're going to ban our citizens overseas, though. So
That's kind of abandoning our citizens overseas.
how is it abandoning our citizens overseas when we're just telling them you can't come back right now because of the pandemic and the quarantine conditions? And 40,000 people came that way. On top of that, for 5 weeks, he did jack all. He just downplayed the virus. So, it's not happening. It's not happening. It's just one case. It's like 15 cases. It's going to go away. The heat's going to take it away. And then it's like he puts in another travel ban on Europe, which causes a lot of confusion and stuff like that. But whatever. Another 5 weeks passes by. He does nothing. And then he starts and it's just like all this ridiculous shit. Him making statements where the CDC is saying, well, we need more testing, and him saying in response to that, slow the testing down. If we test more people, there'll be more cases, which is such idiotic logic. Like, you want as much, like, I don't understand what the objection to more testing would be, especially when the CDC is calling for it. And then there's a stupid thing he's been saying about, oh, Fauci, like him not wearing the mask. Very simple thing. All he has to do is wear the mask, and just to encourage more people to wear it. Which, you know, the other guy before that was on, they were saying, oh, it only reduces by 10%. I'm pretty sure it's more like 50%. And then, actually, no, I remember him saying 50%, then he changed like 10% for whatever reason. But regardless of that, the masks do stop, they stop the spread of COVID. Like, this isn't really in dispute. That's all he had to do. And what's worse than that even is like he trashes Fauci in a particular way that encourages people not to wear masks. Like he says in all his speeches and rallies over and over again. They say to trust Dr. Fauci, but Dr. Fauci told us not to wear masks, and then he says to wear the masks. Like,
do you remember what was going on in the middle of it? Everything was flip-flopping back and forth. Nobody knew what the fuck to do.
Yeah, sure. That's fine. I'm fine saying that, like, yeah, Dr. Fauci's calls weren't always perfect, but he did update his stance when more information came. And it's a little bit more complicated with what Fauci was saying, because he was referring to N95 masks, and he was thinking that you have to stop every little particle that comes out. So that's why he was saying the only people that should be wearing the masks were like people who were infected, was what he originally said. But then he updated his stance once more information came out. It turns out that the main thing to stop would be like the phlegm and like droplets of spit that come out of the air, because your mouth, well,
you literally went over this conversation with.
Yeah, we don't have to like rehash it again.
Rehash this. Yes, fuck state rights. Issue a federal mandate, force everybody to wear masks, lock everybody in their fucking houses until this thing just disappears into thin air.
Quick on the lockdown thing, I'm not like gung-ho about lockdowns. I think we should be like use lockdowns only as necessary. And we should probably be a little bit more lenient we should probably look for ways to avoid lockdowns. And Biden hasn't been like gung-ho about lockdowns. He said he'd use them if they're necessary. So it's not like Biden's going to come into power and like, okay, we're now shutting down the country. Like that was like a meme that Trump's been touting out, but that's not Biden's position, or at least not his stated position. and look,
he has talked about another lockdown, and you want to talk about the economy. Biden would be better for the economy. How?
The reason I say Biden would be better for the economy is when you look at Trump's policies. It's for one very simple reason. Trump has been claiming credit for the economic boons of the U.S. while doing nothing. And what I mean by that is, or I should say next to nothing, because the one thing that he did that you can give him some credit for would be his tax breaks, and then on top of the tax breaks, doing debt deficit spending and just and like using that for like government stuff, which traditionally was an idea that Republicans hated and criticized for ages.
Hold on, could you repeat that? You kind of mushmouthed it.
All right, I'll repeat it again. And also, I'm probably gonna end this and maybe pick it up another time, because it's getting late, and also like I can't keep talking for like ever. What Trump did was he had his tax cuts. Like the one thing that you can say that Trump did that was positive for the economy was he gave the tax cuts, and then after the tax cuts to like various businesses, although the upper middle class kind of got fucked in the equation. But in general, the tax cuts relieved taxes for people, and then on top of the tax cuts, he was able to he took the opportunity to deficit spend to make up for the losses, and then put that in like other government programs and pay off shit that way. Which is something that Obama did heavily during his administration, and also what Trump was riding the coattails off of, because all of Obama's policies he pretty much kept in place. And Obama turned our economy around from a recession, and he was the guy who started getting record-breaking stock market prices. That started in like the last 3 years of his administration. And the whole unemployment going down, that started under Obama. Black unemployment going down also started under Obama. Trump just rode his coattails onto that until coronavirus happened and everything plummeted downhill. If Biden was able to work with Obama during that administration, then it's a pretty fair and educated guess that Biden would be able to put in place good economic policy.
What about warmongering?
When it comes to warmongering, Trump hasn't had a good track record with that. There's currently,
Really?
We're arming the Saudis with arms deals, and
Yeah, have we started anything new, or have we been
yeah, we have.
pulling our troops back?
We bombed Syria twice. We bombed Iraq. Seriously, we used a drone strike on our own in a country in Iraq to kill
all right, let me ask you something real quick. How many people? How many civilians have died due to Trump bombing people?
I don't know the exact number on that, but we haven't.
You know how many civilians Obama killed?
Is this total civilians killed, or is this
Like drone strike civilian deaths?
I don't know the exact numbers on that. Maybe
Somewhere around 180,000.
Sure. But I know that either Trump has reached close to the number of drone strikes that Obama sanctioned, or surpassed it within the same time period of his first 4 years.
Where did you find this?
It was one of the things I read. I have to look it up, which I guess I can do that. Trump versus Obama on drone strikes. And also, let's not forget what happened with the Kurds, where we told our allies in Syria, which were the Kurds, that we would protect them. And then once it was politically convenient, we pulled out, and the Kurds got steamrolled by the Turks. Brilliant strategy there with creating peace in the Middle East. And of course, there's the dismantling of the Iran deal, which what's his name? I don't, and actually that's I'm not gonna bring him up because he's a pundit. It doesn't really matter. But the point is, Trump could have called that a terrible deal all he likes. One of the things that is very critical with our foreign policy arrangements is that we keep our word, and things were actually going well with the Iran deal. But Trump, slowly but surely over his administration, tore that down, and now the Iranians hate us more than ever. And on top of that, after we killed Soleimani, they responded by just bombing a military base of ours, which resulted in brain injuries from several of our soldiers, and also it led. Well, I guess maybe you could blame, if you want to give the best case for this. You could split it either way in this case. So it also resulted in one plane crash being broken down. But to be fair, the Iranians screwed the pooch on that one. They should have aimed their missiles better. Point is, when it comes to Trump's supposed... Oh, and also, Trump promised he'd pull us out of all these areas in the Middle East. We have troops in Afghanistan, Iraq, and Syria to this day still. So Trump being
we're never going to be able to completely pull out. That's an impossibility.
Well, yeah, which is why when it comes... Well, yeah, but when it comes to, I understand there's concerns about our involvement in the Middle East and all that, but, it's not But honestly, I'd rather someone make smarter moves about it. And if you factor in things like China, Trump's been very... China, actually, I'm just going to say it. Russia, China, and North Korea, he's just kissing dictators' butts in all three of those cases. Xi Jinping, he was all honky-dory with when this thing broke up. I made a great deal with China. It's great. It's wonderful. We're going to get our thing together. the trade war.
Great for us.
All like Trump complained about our deficit with trade deficit with China being so high. It's only increased under his administration. Well, on top of that, like the whole, oh yeah, he totally made peace with North Korea. Now that's a total lie. The North Koreans bombed the South Korean embassy. Like it's
When?
it happened in 2019. There's footage of it. Like I think that the South Koreans did abandon it before they bombed it, but the fact of the matter is that they did that, and tensions have just continued to be the same way they've always been. And all we got out of that was actually I will give him partial credit because I am reminded of something. The one good thing I would say, the one truly good thing that happened was that we did release some prisoners from North Korea. I believe that they were like Americans of ours, or maybe there's some South Koreans involved with that too. But there were some prisoners released, which was good. No, they were Americans, I think. So that was good. I'll give him that. But overall, there could have been so much more, and all that Trump really did was like a photo op. And I guess a few prisoners got released when it could have been so much more than that. And of course, there's also Putin, who, like, everyone says he's a good guy. Putin's not a good guy. Okay, he's like a dictator himself.
Who says that Putin's a good guy?
He did this national news conference where he was like, like being all buddy with Putin on the national stage. And he said that I don't see any reason why he would have interfered with our elections when it's been an established fact. Like, no one disputes this now. Like, yeah, the left fucked that up with the messaging.
Dude, if you're talking about sock puppet social media accounts
it wasn't
interfering
just,
with our election, like,
it wasn't just,
bro, what the fuck do you think the CIA is?
It was not just sock puppet media accounts. It was also the hacking of the DNC, which the Russians did. And don't let people type that.
Was that proven?
Yeah, the intelligence communities confirmed it. Unless we're going to go with this idea that, oh yeah, they're all lying against our interests for whatever reason.
Do you think spies lie?
Why would they lie against? Why would U.S. spies lie against our interests? Like what's
against our interests?
Yeah. Why would they tell us that the Russians hacked into the DNC when it was other sources? I guess.
Who did they prove who hacked into the DNC?
Well, the people who leaked the emails and the correspondence from the DNC was from Guccifer 2.0, which coincidentally happened to have a Moscow address for its IP when they looked into it. So someone from Russia was definitely operating that account, and there was also ways that the way that the account typed was often seemed to have it was like translating from English to Russian. So yeah, it was definitely the Russians that did that. And of course, Assange has had dealings with the Russians, which made him a little bit more favorable to like release this kind of information and go on the rah-rah Trump bandwagon. So yeah, there was election interference in the U.S. election during 2016. To be fair, it wasn't that they weren't exclusively supporting Trump. They were doing whatever they could to sow division and chaos. Like the two, yeah.
Well, what about didn't Seth Rich leak that shit from the DNC?
Oh no, like that was never like there was never like okay, fuck. I hate like sorry. I'm not like upset that you brought that up. It's just that it's so frustrating because I looked into that at the time and it was kind of like.
Didn't Assange all but confirm that Seth Rich was his source?
No, he never confirmed it.
I said all but confirm it.
Well, that's the thing. Yes, but that's not confirming it. Like
he's not gonna release his sources.
Well, consider Assange's disposition during that election. He was doing what he could to make Trump look, for the most part, as favorably as possible, with very little to no criticism of Trump. That's what the team he chose, and he wasn't really being like this objective journalist. So pushing this idea that Seth Rich did it without actually saying but while maintaining his credibility by not saying Seth Rich did it, was a good way to like spread that meme around. When it came to Seth Rich, I don't like Okay, it's been a while. Like, I'd have to, like... Holy shit, there's so much stuff that I'd have to look up. I should probably, like, start saving this in a notepad or something. Like, if I recall correctly, Seth Rich didn't have access to any of the stuff that they were talking about.
Well, according to who? The DNC?
I mean, yeah, but the thing is, like... Okay, do you believe that Seth Rich was actually assassinated?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, if that's the case, then the question that has to come, why was it that the assassins killed him not with a sniper rifle or like poison or some way that's untraceable? Why they kill him at point
they hired some thug to shoot him in the street?
Like
in the middle of DC?
Yeah, but why would they also be like trying
why would they shoot him with a sniper or poison him like a fucking spy? Like, this isn't 007, John.
But how wait. We're talking about a spy that gets assassinated.
Put a few bullets into him and walk away.
Yeah, but according
to easier to cover up? Something that looks like some random street shooting or a fucking sniper taking someone's head off? Like, what kind of retardation is that?
I mean, well, if we're just going to assume it's a cover-up, then it's kind of like this thing where we just give them... It's kind of like this thing where if Seth Rich was murdered by random thugs as opposed to it being a hit job, then, like, we're supposed to just assume that it was a hit job.
Well, I'm assuming if somebody came up to him and shot him over what they tried to make look like a mugging, they would have mugged the guy?
Yeah, but that's why the police noted that his watch was torn when they found him. Like, there was an attempted robbery. Did they take...
Shot him a few times in the struggle and then ran away?
I forget the exact method of which he died, but, like, he was killed at, like, close range and stuff like that. And the problem is, apparently these thugs, like, put their hands right on top of him as they killed him. So, like, if these guys were assassins... Yeah. So if these guys were assassins, then why wouldn't the police have to... Like, why would they touch the victim? It doesn't make any sense to me. Like, would it just been... And also, here's another thing. Why would the story break out at a very convenient timing in, like... First, it was 2016. And then, as soon as Trump happens to fire Comey, right? When he fires him and it's a big scandal and Trump's in hot water. Whether we agree that Trump did this because he was covering something up or Trump was just sick of Comey and decided to fire him. Doesn't really matter. Like he said on television, he fired him because of the Mueller investigation, because of the Russian probe, but whatever. When it comes to Seth Rich, that story suddenly breaks and suddenly Fox News is like reporting it. And then they later have to pull the story from there. And this isn't the pundits doing it. This is like the news division doing it. And Sean Hannity, Trump's right-hand man, is like all over this story, reporting it, pushing it out there, making that the focus. And like, even after people are like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? Like, this isn't... Even after the family asked him to stop, even after investigators are like, what are you doing? And like the initial investigators who contact the family and were talking about these experts, like testimony that came out, turn out to be bullshit artists that are working for the RNC. Like, and then you have like and then of course Kim.com got involved and claimed that I have the solitary proof, but I'm not going to show it unless I can go before Congress to show it. Like, something's up with the whole thing. Like, I don't believe for a second.
There's definitely some fishy shit going on.
Well, yeah, I mean, we still
didn't the family not want it to be investigated any further either after being contacted by some people? Weren't there like direct ties to?
I mean, like
the feds getting involved.
I mean, if I recall,
and what do you mean story broke when a DNC staffer gets murdered in the street? It didn't just break out of nowhere; it happened.
Okay, sure. Maybe that explains the first time it came out. Although, first time it came out, sure, it happened, and then people were all over that. But when it came out the second time, it came from nowhere. It just came from complete left field. Like, it wasn't at all relevant to anything that was going on. Like, so all of a sudden, they're reporting it in Fox News again when there's no real update except like some kind of, like, apparently the I get the full details of it, but there was just like so much shady shit going on with that, the way it was covered in the news media. And the family never requested not to investigate it. To my knowledge, it remains like an open case. What they're requesting was that his son wasn't associated with all these conspiracy theories the family said they didn't subscribe to or believe in. Now, was the family like pressured into doing it? If you want to go that way, sure, I guess you could go that way. But it's like, I don't know, man. It's kind of like at a certain point when it comes to these things. John, yeah, go ahead.
The overall theme that I'm getting from you here is that you buy into narratives that are presented before you, and you don't want to question shit that just stinks like shit.
Like, that's not what I'm about, though. Like, if you can produce me evidence that's like credible about like any of this stuff, like, I'm happy to look over and like change my position. I've never been someone that's like wanting to give I tend not to give people the benefit of the doubt. But when it comes to like who I'm gonna vote for, whether it's Biden or Trump, I don't know. I just look at the right. I look how crazy they are. I look at how crazy the stupid shit that comes out of Trump's mouth on a daily basis.
You look at wait. You look at the right and you look at how crazy they are.
Do you not like? Yeah, like you know that guys like that you look at YouTubers, like okay, so most of the rights that I'm talking about, they're all these really weird internet factions. And it's not even the internet factions. It's also got these people on news, radio, talk show hosts and doing and other shit like that. You have, like for example, the entire alt media experiment was a failure. Because all that alt media does is it takes mainstream news, presents it, misconstrues it, and then says that that's the new narrative. I fucking hate that shit. I hate when they do that. And they complain that the mainstream media is lying all the time. Well, why the fuck are you using the mainstream media as your sources then? Go kill yourselves. Like, it's just that simple. And then you have all these pundits that are like, rah, Trump Republicans. And they're all involved in all this dirty shit that they're accusing everyone else of doing. And it's like, it bugs me. It really does. And it bugs me that Trump can get away with murder and none of these people scrutinize that. Like, the smartest thing Trump ever said was, but not for the reason, like, I could go out to Fifth Avenue and shoot someone and I could get away with it. He was right about that. 100%. Smartest thing he said, because it was actually accurate. And it's like no one really wants to scrutinize him for any of the shit he pulls. And
John,
it's also
John, I want to walk this back real quick.
Yeah, sure.
So your main issue with what's going on is how crazy the right has gotten.
Yeah, it's not just the people who report on the shit. It's also just the way that it's the way that everything's been handled. It's like, why the fuck is COVID a political issue? It shouldn't be the case. The only reason why that is the case is because Trump blinked as soon as it came to him. That's just one example.
That's why it's a political issue.
Yeah, because he made it one.
Because Trump made it a political issue.
100% yes. Like, there's no doubt about it. All he had to do was just tackle the issue and take it seriously. That's all he had to do. He couldn't do that.
So him not handling it now, looking at it, hindsight's 2020. Him not handling it in a way that you're happy with makes it him making it a political issue.
He made it a political issue by campaigning against the COVID crisis and trying to downplay it as heavily as much as possible throughout this entire thing to this day.
How does that make it political? And campaigning against it. How is he campaigning against the crisis? How is he campaigning against the crisis?
Because he consistently downplays it. He consistently uses it as his contrast to Joe Biden. And well, or he has campaigned against. I guess the campaign's over because he got voted out, which I don't know if you believe in the election fraud conspiracy theories or not. He campaigned against using measures against COVID consistently, downplay the effects of the virus, even said in private that it was much deadlier than the flu, that affects young people, that's a very big problem, and what was like saying I didn't want to create a panic, that's why I lied about it. It just makes all these excuses for his bullshit. And the reason for him downplaying this, the reason for him actively lying about the effects of the coronavirus and all this other stuff and stirring the pot as much as possible about it was to make this a politically charged issue so he didn't have to deal with it because he didn't know how to deal with it. Because all he had to do was just...
Wait, so
yeah, go ahead.
He made it political, but every time he said, like, for example, when he wanted to ban the China, block anybody entering the country from China.
Mm-hmm.
Joe Biden came out and said that's xenophobic. Fucking Pelosi was dancing in the streets in Chinatown saying he's full of shit.
Like
they're counter signaling him at every fucking turn. Whenever he tried to, in multiple instances, when he tried to help states, they refused his help. Incited the 10th.
When it comes to
like what about Como sucking his cock on his response and now saying that he mishandled it? That it's Trump's fault that Como was stuffing fucking COVID patients into nursing homes.
Okay, if you want to say that Democrats had, like, firstly, the buck stops at Trump. Like, he has to take responsibility for the shits, firstly. Secondly, which, by the way, he also said, I know I don't take responsibility until he was shamed into doing it on, like, a national debate stage. And secondly, like, I don't agree with, like, I'm not going to go, like, firstly, like, I don't agree with, like...
I don't think he did take fault for it. I think he said, no, it's nobody's fault. It's China's fault. It's China's fault.
Yeah, that bullshit. It's so stupid. Like, yeah, okay.
So he wasn't... It is fucking China's fault, first of all.
Okay, sure.
1,000%.
Sure.
It's fucking China's fault.
Sure, but...
Could it have been handled differently? Sure.
100%
2020.
No, it's not even hindsight 2020. No, it's not even hindsight 2020.
We're in a very unique situation here, John. We've got 50 states and a federal government. And we don't want our federal government to overreach on our
even with the limited foresight
and state liberties.
Even with the limited foresight that Trump had at his disposal, doing nothing for 5 weeks and then doing nothing for another 5 weeks, there's no excuse for that. And also, even before this COVID thing hit, he already hurt us by cutting the CDC's budget by 15% and just getting rid of the pandemic response team. Like, that was set up specifically because Republicans gave Obama a lot of shit for N1H1. And Obama's like, okay, I'm going to work with, pandemic response team put into place. And then Trump was like, get rid of that. And yeah, that would have been really fucking useful.
Oops.
It's okay.
Hold on a second.
All right. Anyway, I kind of want to wrap this up because we've been like arguing for like a bit. But all right, give me a moment. I'm going to check some things. All right. Let me check what the chat has to say as we wait. Wow, still have 21 people watching. I'm surprised by that. Thought to be a bunch less. Let's see. Fuck. A lot of comments I didn't read. All right, I'm just gonna read like the last few of them. I'm gonna have one more guest on tonight, and that's gonna be it, I think. Like, how long was I talking segment? All right. We found Seth Rich. He's alive and well in JNK's chat. I think we won the internet here tonight, gentlemen. Seth Rich didn't kill himself. Lol.
All right, I'm back.
All right, welcome back. All right, look, it's been like fun going over this, I guess.
Well, let's change the subject.
Okay, is this like if it's not about the election, not tonight?
All right.
Yeah.
Then I'll leave. Then I'll leave you alone.
All right. I mean, all right. It was good having you on. It was good conversation. Like, it's fine if you disagree. I was hoping I could have some people that disagreed, actually, because I know a lot of people won't agree with like many of my political views, and I don't want the stream to come off as like a hug box where the other side doesn't get a representation. Maybe I'm too charitable with that, but whatever.
I guess I'm astonished that you call yourself socially conservative.
Well,
and you're pro Biden.
Well, the thing is, Biden's not going to have any like. All right, I'll just address that quickly because I don't want to ramble too much about it. But I didn't vote Joe Biden for any of his social conservative values at all. I'm against abortion. I'm against gay marriage. I'm against this transgender nonsense, etc. I would like a more morally just society, but there's a couple of but in order to get those Christian values back into the American mainstream, that's going to be a much longer term long-term plan. Like with the abortion issue, that's going to have to go to the court, and even after it goes to the court, it has to be amended to the Constitution to protect the life of a fetus by amending because once you get rid of Roe versus Wade, that's just step one, because there's nothing stopping the federal government from legislating a law saying that the mother must be provided abortion rights. So it's a much longer battle than that, and it's going to take longer than 4 years. But within those 4 years, we do have a very conservative Supreme Court. Plus, several states have enacted laws deliberately to push this issue against Roe v. Wade. Eventually, one of them is going to get challenged. It's going to be brought before the Supreme Court, and we'll have.
Well, abortion's like
go ahead.
That's a long fucking process.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're talking about like acceptance of tranny kids, online deplatforming, and you hear about this fucking online harassment task force that he's gonna want to implement.
I have
yeah,
not
this
heard
social
about that.
media shit's gonna get 50 fucking times worse. Anybody with a right-leaning political opinion, or not even political opinion, anything that's not in lockstep with extreme leftist agenda is going to be suppressed and banned.
I mean, it's I don't know if that's going to happen or not, but it's kind of like when it comes firstly, I'm not a free speech absolutist. I'm kind of like there's like all the people who complain about themselves being deplatformed. Like, it's kind of like I can't feel sympathy for them because a lot of them just deserve it at the end of the day.
Well, Johnny, you break the rules.
Well,
should you be deplatformed?
If I ever get deplatformed, you won't hear me bitching about it because it'll be a case of where.
Well, I won't be hearing you bitch about it because you'll be deplatformed.
Well, I don't know. At that point, I'd probably just try a different platform, and I probably I don't know.
Are you gonna go to DLive there, Johnny?
I actually do have a DLive account. I just don't use it that much because I don't like.
You start saying F slur and N slur and G slur.
I mean, look, if
I put a bullet in my head,
I am not I might avoid using the words faggot, gook, nigger, etc.
You just violated the rules. Flag them.
No, I've said I don't have any bones about being politically incorrect. I know that my views on this aren't aligned with the left, but I don't really give a shit.
You just voted for political correctness.
Well,
ramped up. You just slammed on the fucking gas.
Yeah. Well, okay. So here's the thing. When it gets down to I just I'm not voting for president because of what the social media policy is. And when it comes to that, the concern for Biden that people should have, I don't know about the online harassment task force. If he's doing that shit, I'd probably be against it depending on how that functions. But the main issue I have with this on the free speech issue, and and this is a legit free speech issue. People think, like, people get to Section 230 of U.S. law incorrect. The problem with Section 230 that people bring up doesn't make any sense. Because what Section 230 does is it shields online platforms from libel suits, but civil suits. So, like, if you upload content, like you type a defamatory message, or you harass somebody, like you as in the user, or you do something that's a tort that you could be sued for, or you break copyright, you're responsible for that. The platform is shielded. They don't have to worry about a lawsuit. You, on the other hand, you might have to worry about being on the receiving end of a lawsuit. This way, websites can, and it also allows websites to like moderate their own content. So if they want to like take extra provisions there, they absolutely can. If you get rid of those protections, though, the only recourse that these websites, these major platforms have, is they'll have to start more censorship so they don't get sued. Because now, if the websites are also liable, they'll be sued, and the person who posted can be sued. And Biden wants to get rid of that, and I don't agree with him on that. However, Trump also wants to get rid of that because he doesn't understand how 230 works. I
think they should just burn to the fucking ground, and we can sift through the ashes and find a couple salvageable aspects of something and build it back up. But as things stand,
the
people that control these social media companies are backing Biden for a reason.
I guess maybe. I mean, it's like look, if you're to talk to me in like 2016 about the social media issues and stuff like that, I probably agree. But as time has gone on, I've been I've just been caring less and less about this issue. But I know it's still an issue, and there's a lot of problems with it. Because even someone like me who's not an absolutist, I do think that there are issues with the way these corporations handle banning people off their platforms. And a lot of times there are legit complaints to bring up. There are issues that are kind of bullshit. Like with Leafy, I don't think Leafy should have been like permanently banned from the platform because he went after Pokimane. I think his comments about Pokemon are kind of retarded when you really break him down.
I don't think that's why he was banned off of YouTube.
Yeah.
There's a harassment policy.
Yeah, like
if I like make fun of you.
Well, you notice how I get all kinds.
If I had a YouTube channel and I made fun of you, that could be deemed as harassment, and I can get banned.
Yeah, but let me put it this way: there's all kinds of shit that like people make about me all the time, right? As an example, none of that gets taken down. Nobody gives a shit. Which is fine. I'm a big boy. I can take it. I'm not saying.
Well, do you flag them for harassment?
No. But I'm saying that like you could take anyone really. I'm pretty sure like Yandere Dev, like that guy's probably has a bunch of shit against him, and he's tried flagging shit down. My point is that if you're not one of these special kitschy content creators that get special protections like Pokimane, you're not going to get that. So when you get down to it, certain people are protected from harassment and other people's aren't. Like, Pokimane is a big girl. She can take that shit that Leafy throws at her or other people throw at her, I guess. And if it's like, and if she has a problem with it, she could just sue them, I guess. Like, that kind of content.
All right.
I'm rambling a bit, yeah. So.
You've been rambling too much. You're droning me to sleep.
Sorry. All right.
I'm calling it.
All right. Thanks for coming on. You have a good night.
Bye, loser.
Later. All right, last guest. I know he's been waiting for a while, so I'm going to invite him on, even though, like, I'm getting tired. All right. Stardog, you're on the air.
Thank you for having me on. Let me mute the stream real quick. Okay.
Yeah,
there
sure.
are a few points I wanted to run over from your last caller. I guess we can go in order. Let's start with the Bobulinski stuff.
Yeah, sure.
So it was incredibly funny to me when he brought that up. Because at least from when I read this article, his claims and the way that he's handled it has been kind of hilarious, juxtaposed against the way that the last caller was making his claims. So I'm going to read some excerpts from this PolitiFact article about it. Tony Bobulinski is a former Navy lieutenant and business partner of Hunter Biden. In statements and an interview with Fox News host Tucker Carlson, Bobulinski claimed Joe Biden was involved in one of his family's business ventures with a Chinese oil company. And credible news organizations have found no evidence to corroborate Bobulinski's claims about role in the proposed venture for Joe Biden. More specifically, let's see here. Bobulinski's... Nope, that's not it. I can't find the exact paragraph, but it does say in here that it was reviewed by both the Wall Street Journal and Fox News. Bobulinski gave documents over to them, and they examined it, and they did not find evidence of Joe Biden being in that business venture, and Joe Biden's financial, and to quote from the article, quote, Joe Biden's financial documents show no indication of any income related to the venture, unquote. So I find that point quite funny, and it's good to have this article on hand.
Okay, so like if you could sum that up in a sentence, what you're saying is that any of the parties involved, there's no like any kind of corroborating evidence besides that guy just making these claims on like Fox News and whatnot.
Yeah, and then releasing some information on the Wall Street Journal and Fox News going over it and reporting themselves that... Actually, let me see if I can find the thing. I should be able to find it.
Right.
A quote, but Bobulinski's allegations... Nope, that's not it. Bobulinski provided some of his records to outlets like Fox News and the Wall Street Journal. Both reported that they do not show Joe Biden had business dealings with Sinohawk Holdings or took money from the Chinese company.
So it's a case of where he produces evidence, but the evidence doesn't show what he claims it shows?
Yeah, kind of like the Nunes memo, where it was speculated that was like a whole thing about like, oh, the deep state is going to be revealed when this is dropped. And then the Nunes memo was a nothing burger.
Yeah, Nunes is a complete, like, he's been suing everybody for making fun of him on the internet. Like, I don't take that guy at all seriously. But yeah, I'll have to look at that specific drops of evidence that this Bobulinski guy released just to be sure. But yeah, that doesn't really sound all that like, yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, the other two that I want to go over real quick were Trump's statements with reference to the Confederate statues. I believe that was, like, I guess in order. Like, I am skipping a few points. I don't have the patience to go through them all. So reading from a Fox News headline, and I'm choosing this in particular because of Fox News's bias. So the headline, Trump says, quote, we must rebuild upon our heritage, not tear it down, end quote, amid Confederate statue removals. It's kind of weird here that Trump is saying that our heritage is Confederate statues, or like the Confederacy, which is like kind of weird, given that like we have the United States of America. That's not the Confederacy. The Confederacy seceded. The Confederacy seceded from us. His argument that the statues are benign symbols of America's past is kind of misleading. Given that, I believe, as you brought it before, though I don't think you specified the organization that did it, the United Daughters of the Confederacy sponsored, I believe it's the majority of the Confederate statues that have been put up, if not a fairly sizable share of them.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of times, like, right outside, like, voting places, stuff like that, kind of like, yeah. It's actually like it doesn't seem like a serious issue until it's, like, actually presented in front of you. But it is an issue where yeah, it's a problem, and I don't see the president like supporting that as being very conducive to like correcting this issue of the South.
Yeah, and like I guess to give a response to the Confederate flag thing, I guess apropos of Trump, we have an American flag. It has 50 stars and 13 stripes. It's red, white, and blue. The American goddamn flag.
Yeah.
He should not be paying homage to traitors.
Yeah, I agree with that. And it's like, here's the thing. Trump was asked, like, I should have specified this with the caller. And I don't want to just be like, you know, disparaging the, Hef or whatever. But it's my fuck up. I should have brought this up to him at the time. But Trump was asked for his position on the Confederate flag itself. Not if they have a right to do it. Because, of course, you can fly whatever flag you want in America. That's the First Amendment. Like, if you want to wave an ISIS flag, I think you're a piece of shit. Same with the Nazi flag. But that doesn't mean it's right. And the same thing with the Confederate flag. No, that shouldn't really be like something that's supported by, like, no, I don't agree with that. I don't think it's, and when I say it's not good for race relations, it isn't. It's not. Like, that's my position. That's the disagreement I have with Trump and him making those statements, which aren't conducive to, like, you know, uniting the country, and also, like, his appeals to, like, white nationalists or whatever.
Gotcha. The one last, and I think this is the shortest point that I wanted to go over. Again, the previous caller brought up that the U.S. Has the most, I think, like, tests. This is absolutely true in the raw numbers sense.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm looking at ourworldandData.org for this. If we rank countries by their total tests per capita, in this case, it's calibrated to total tests per 1,000, which is, again, a per capita measure. The United States is below Luxembourg, the UAE, Bahrain, Denmark, Singapore, Cyprus, Malta, Iceland, Israel, ooh, spooky, Hong Kong, and that's it. We are at 466.37 tests per 1,000. It's absolutely true that we have the most tests in absolute numbers out of any country in the world, at least to my understanding. However, if we measure it in the way that is more helpful, we can see that we are barely above the United Kingdom in total tests per 1,000.
Okay. That sound okay. So that makes sense. So it's like, so it's a case of where absolute numbers, but not per capita. All right. I gotcha. I'll have to look into that issue a little bit more closely then. You said there was 4 points.
I think it's just 3. Yeah.
All right. All right. Is there anything else you want to say about either any of the about anything else, or do you want to, like, talk about, like, the election or whatever?
Man, it's too bad I didn't prepare any memes. I think that's all I got. Thanks, JMK.
All right. Have a good night.
See ya.
All right. I'm gonna read some things from chat. The white flag also represents the Confederacy. Not actually not a bad take. Symbolism has so much power over some people. Well, like, are we gonna pretend that these things don't mean anything? Like, what kind of, like, what are you just being ironic, bro? Like, dude, I don't know what else to say about that. Let's see. Please plan a future show with topics. Yeah, I think that the ones where I do some planning and for ahead of time work out better. The shows are generally better if it's just me talking. It's not that I don't mind having guests or callers on, but yeah, having planning beforehand usually helps with that. So for sure. All right, so Grim isn't actually banned though, right? He's just in JMK's Discord still, right? He's not in my Discord anymore, but he's not banned. Like, recently, any of the people that were banned just got unbanned. So, they want to go ahead and join the Discord, they can. It doesn't really matter to me. Anyway, I think I'll just close this out at this point. And yeah, I was gonna play some more memes, but I guess we had some interesting discussion topics tonight. That's gonna be it for tonight. I hope you enjoyed.